Yes, I am that guy. I am that guy that immediately after the Halloween decorations are put away and the Halloween decorations go away about 9 minutes after midnight, we start Christmas. I understand some people are like, but Thanksgiving's a holiday. No, the fuck it isn't. Thanksgiving isn't a fucking holiday. Thanksgiving is a kill them, take their shit, and call it a holiday. And I'm not big on celebrating Thanksgiving. I like the November occasion to gather with family and friends and enjoy a meal, but I don't really like celebrating Thanksgiving. I think Thanksgiving gives. This is just me. This is just my personal opinion. Thanksgiving is literally legitimizing colonialism and the plight of the Native American. Could have at least waited until December 1st. No, fuck you.
I only paid $50 in rent.
Okay, fuck you. No, I couldn't have. I couldn't have, because Thanksgiving is a holiday, but this right here, this is me. This is how I feel about the day after Halloween.
Sweet Daddy!
The fucking day, the day after Halloween, the Halloween because here's the thing, man, for it to be an actual holiday, it needs fucking decorations. Okay, I get it. Some people put out Thanksgiving decorations. Some people, a very minor few, put out Thanksgiving decorations. The most part, yeah, that's canon now. It is so declared. In fact, I saw a great calendar that said, here is the end of the year. All of December is green, all the way to the first of the year, and most of November is green, and then there's a red box around the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and then Black Friday and Black Saturday. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore because I don't go out. But yeah, we need to start putting some more cheer in the world. But you know what else we need to do? We need to get the fuck rid of the stupidity. It's Black Week or Black. Yeah. Here's the problem. We have got to get the stupidity out of our country. And I mean this with every fiber of my being. We've got to get the stupidity out of our country. Yeah, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Black Saturday. What the fuck's going on with this hair? And the thing is everybody falls into the idea that, oh, we're going to get these big sales on Black Friday. We're going to get these big sales on Cyber Monday. No, the fuck you're not. Because if you check the prices, the last month of the second quarter, they raised the prices so that they can slowly decrease them and then put a big sale on Black Friday that still makes it more expensive than it was before they started raising the prices. And in order to not have to do rain checks, if you've ever worked in retail, then you understand what a rain check is. Some states have a law that rain checks must be issued, right? Rain checks must be issued. So what they do is, this is what a store does. And I know stores do this because I've done this. As a store manager, I've had this. 36-inch LG OLED TV, serial number 12345. $499. Black Friday. So the Black Friday version is that, and it's $369. So you come in and you want to buy this 36-inch LG OLED TV, serial number 12345. Except it's not serial number 12345, it's serial number 12345-X. So then, whatever, 2 days after Black Friday, I pull these ones back out onto the floor, from the back, and you come in with your rain check and you say, oh, I want that TV and it's $369. I look at the rain check, I look at the TV and I say, oh no, I'm sorry, sir. You have a rain check for the Dash X model. This is not the Dash X model. And you're like, but that's bullshit. And they're like, well, when are you going to get a Dash X model in? Oh, I don't show any more Dash X models in the database. I can't order you one. I can't get you one. It's that bullshit where our laws are written in such a way to just be like I love Europe because Europe would never allow shit like that. Europe's consumer protection is actual consumer protection. It protects the consumer, not that it protects the company. Europe gives a shit about actually protecting the consumer, which is great. Now, I saw Rail say shit. I didn't bring up forgot to boot the server. Hold on one second. Rail said, good morning, Spinal. Ain't no Black Friday anywhere gonna make any money if people can't eat. This is another one of the we got to get the stupid out of society. There are still people fighting with me that Trump is a good president. There are still people saying to me, Trump is the best president this country's ever had. Okay. I can't fix stupid, right? But all I can do is show you that you're alone in this thinking. You're alone here. Trump's approval rating in the polls stands at 37%, the worst of his second term, and roughly equivalent to his 36% rating at this point in his first term. I don't know how much clearer I can make this. 10 months into his first term, he was an approval rating of 36%. He's at 37% right now. His disapproval rating, 1 point higher than 62% as he was leaving office in 2021. His disapproval rating is 63%. But people will say that CNN polling is fraudulent and cannot be trusted. Sure, you're right. They will. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. Different poll. At the start of the week, Trump's net approval rating in our average was negative 9.2. That's right where it's been all month, but as of today, Trump's net approval rating has a new second-term low of negative 10.8. Show me a poll from a major media outlet. What do these polls even mean if he still managed to get reelected after the first time he had low approval ratings? That's a great question. That's an awesome question. Here's the problem. People didn't vote for Donald Trump because they wanted to vote for Donald Trump. You can see this if you dig into the polling data. There are many Democrats who, on the presidential election, voted for Donald Trump, but then they voted Republican, straight ticket. They voted Democrat the rest of the ticket. Fox News has him as a 46%. Yeah, they voted for Trump for the same reason they voted for Biden. When it was Biden-Trump, people voted Biden. A lot of Republicans voted for Biden because they voted the rest of the ticket Republican, but they voted presidentially for Biden because they didn't want Trump. Democrats voted for Trump because they were pissed off at the Democratic National Convention because of what they did with denying these people the right to have their voice heard during the primaries. Now, even if Fox News has him at 46%, that still means he has a disapproval rating of 54%. People can't feed their families. I told my wife is not allowed to go anywhere that they sell food without me. My wife is a small woman and she currently has a she just got her sutures out of her hand. I said, I'm not going to have somebody assault my 5'1" wife, the mother of my children, over some fucking groceries. Because then I'm going to fucking be rocking an orange jumpsuit for Christmas after I go find him. We went to the local market. I didn't even want to drive into town. I woke up late yesterday. If you can't, there should be a hot beverage coming for me shortly. I'm not feeling well. I caught something. Both my wife and my daughter are ill. They threw up their tacos last night. I'm like, humorously only, shit, we can't afford for you to be throwing up $4 worth of ground beef. What are you doing? Fucking little Archie Bunker, right? What are you doing? That's fucking $4 of ground beef you just threw up. But we went to the local market. And I'm still probably 20 feet from the door. And I've got these people running up like, can you make a donation to the food pantry? No. That's it. Just no. Well, why not? Fuck you. Get out of my face. I can't make a fucking donation to the food pantry. I am not about to be that streamer that jumps on here and puts a fucking charity bar up for the local food bank or food. Because I know this about my community. Some of you are struggling to feed your kids. This bar, what the fuck is it? That bar right there, I know that if we hit $500, we'll be lucky. In fact, I missed game day, didn't I? Oh no, it's this Saturday. This Saturday is game day. Yeah. I will get to Trump in Nigeria. I'm not, the only charity I'm ever going to ask people in my community to help me with is Extra Life. And I have $250 for Extra Life. I have $150 in matching funds, and then I have my personal donation of $100 every year that I give to Extra Life. I'm not about to ask people to dig into their pockets to, thank you, to try to help other people eat, because I know some of you have been contacting me asking me for meals out of the poverty cookbook. Like, how do I feed my family on $11 a day? That's fucking hard. That's difficult to do. People asking me like, well, where can I find some of those about to expire stores? Because there's Pepperidge Farm used to do them. Wonder Bread sometimes does them if there's a Wonder Bread plant nearby. Usually within like a mile or two of a Wonder plant of a bakery. The big commercial bakeries like Bunny, I think, has one too. You can find their store where they sell the bread they've pulled back off the shelf that is too close to the date. Well, you can get a loaf of bread for 50 cents. But you got people that are like, well, why can't you make a donation? Because I fucking can't. Because I go into the fucking, I'm walking up to the door of the fucking grocery store. Can you make a donation to the food bank? I walk into the grocery store. Can you make a donation to the Humane Society? At the fucking register, they're like, can you make a donation to the park? Because we have a non-inclusive park. Look, man, this is a failure of government on the part of the park. If the park is non-inclusive, there are tens of thousands of federal tax dollars available for people to apply for grants to redo your local playground equipment. But could we stop for a second and like, can we just get really, really, really real and stop all the bullshit? I don't even see able-bodied children playing at the park. And I'm being, I'm not concerned about being popular. I'm not concerned about saying things that make people uncomfortable. I'm concerned about saying things that make people think the uncomfortable thoughts. I don't see that playground used, but maybe once or twice a day by 1 or 2 kids. But we're making a big deal about the fact that we have a non-inclusive playground. Okay. Honest to God, should we be worried about non-able-bodied kids being able to get to the playground? Because I'm not trying to. I am absolutely not trying to start some shit. But I'm saying there's probably not a lot of need for playgrounds anymore. Kids don't use them. So why the fuck are we going to waste the money? Hold on. Oh, there it is. So why the fuck are we going to waste the money building a new playground? They spent $500,000 of my town's tax money building a splash pad that nobody fucking used. This is where, like, people are mad. Kids don't use. No, they don't. The kids don't use the playgrounds. First of all, Salty Bread, you have to realize something about where I'm at. I'm in the part of America that's Satan's asshole. I'm not joking when I say we get days that are over 100 degrees, and then the heat index bumps that to 113, 114. And I'm not in the deep south. I'm in southern Illinois. I'm right at the top of that fucking ass crack. When I was still active duty military, I was running one day and I was using the World Fitness track, and I went down to do push-ups, and apparently the heat resistant paint had chipped away enough. I burned both of my hands pretty severely. I had to go to the emergency room. And that's thermal coated equipment. And it had chipped away enough that I burned myself. These kids, yeah, playgrounds, you can get to the playground when we raise the average reading level. The new playgrounds remind old people of times when kids used to be playgrounds. When kids used to use playgrounds. So that's with everyone's tax money. Yeah, we get the corn humidity. This year was nice because some of the farmers, we had thousands of acres of farmland that they didn't even dick around with the farmers this year and make them grow the crops to plow it under. One of the farmers saved, I think it was 4,000 acres of corn land from being bought by a real estate developer. And so the federal government wrote him a check and said, while you bring the new farm, the new 4,000 acres into your operation, we'll give you the year off. You don't have to plant anything, because we were going to pay you to plant and then plow it under. And so now what we're going to do is we're just going to pay you to do your business thing, which do I think is fair? No. Do I think it's legal? No. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right that one farmer should get paid to not do his job. But I do like the fact that we just didn't lose 4,000 acres of farmland to more subdivisions. We had another guy, he sold his land, and now my small ass town that's completely struggling is gonna have is going to have even more farm prop or even more houses. We're not gonna have anywhere to put those kids. We don't even have enough money in this town to build the new school that we need. But I refuse to get involved. I refuse to help with charity work. I refuse to help with fundraising because they saw fit to fucking take bonds out to build another fucking high school sports field. And what I said to him is, you know how the high school gets its new sports field built, its new baseball field built? When a kid out of the baseball program graduates, goes pro, and goes back to his high school and makes a donation. Does a Hometown Heroes donation. We spent over $1 million to build a fucking football stadium for a high school team that then didn't get to play their senior year season. We were supposed to win state. We were supposed to get all this money, all these advertisers, all this revenue. But then the COVID football season was canceled. And then since then, all the football teams we fielded have been dog shit. But the town funded $1 million. But did they fund $1 million for the fucking reading program? The damn literacy program? No. So, to kind of move into today's topic, and then we'll jump on a bunch of other topics. In this country, people don't understand that the people that are most hurt by illegal immigration are seriously the ones that are stopping ICE from doing their job. Now, you know, it doesn't matter what I think about a person or what I feel about a person. If a person says something smart, I want to talk about the smart thing that person just said. So yeah, I think Donald Trump 9 out of 10 times is an idiot. 3 out of 10 times he says something we can salvage. 5 out of 10 times he's no better than Biden. I hate the fact that JD Vance said this, but JD Vance is spot fucking on here.
The reason that there is a housing crisis is that not enough houses have been built.
And that we have 25 million people who shouldn't be here.
Well, I mean, this is the thing.
I think it's both.
I know you do. I don't think that many people who look into this agree with you, but about a third of the construction workforce in this country is Hispanic. Of those, a large portion are undocumented. So how do you propose to build all the housing necessary that we need in this country by removing all the people who are working in construction?
Well, I think it's a fair question because we know that back in the 1960s when we had very low levels of illegal immigration, Americans didn't buy houses, didn't build houses. But of course they did. And I'm being sarcastic, of course, in service of a point, Lulu, the assumption that because a large number of home builders now are using undocumented labor, that's the only way to build homes. I think, again,
the country is much bigger.
The
need is much bigger. I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of illegal immigration. I'm asking how you would deal with the knock-on effect of your proposal to remove millions of people who work in a critical part of the economy.
Well, I think that what you would do is you would take, let's say, for example, the 7 million prime age men who have dropped out of the labor force, and you have a smaller number of women, but still millions of women prime age who have dropped out of the labor force. You absolutely could re-engage folks into the American labor market. This is, I think,
to work in construction?
Of course you could.
I mean, the unemployment rate is 4.1%. Most people
unemployment rate, Lulu, this is important.
But most people who don't work can't work in the regular economy. They're in the military, they're parents, they're sick, they're old. They might not want to work in construction.
The unemployment rate does not count labor force participation dropouts. And again, this is one of the really deranged things that I think illegal immigration does to our society is it gets us in a mindset of saying we can only build houses with illegal immigrants when we have 7 million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force. People say, well, Americans won't do those jobs. Americans won't do those jobs for below the table wages. They won't do those jobs for non-living wages, but people will do those jobs. They will just do those jobs at certain wages. And think about this from the perspective of an American company, okay? I want them to go searching in their own country for their own citizens. Sometimes people who may be struggling with addiction or trauma, get them re-engaged in American society. We cannot have an entire American business community that is giving up on American workers and then importing millions of illegal laborers. That is what we have thanks to Kamala Harris's border policies. I think it's one of the biggest drivers of inequality. It's one of the biggest reasons why we have millions of people who have dropped out of the labor force. Why try to re-engage an American citizen in a good job if you can just import somebody from Central America who's going to work under the table for poverty wages? It is a disgrace, and it has led to the evisceration of the American middle class.
Boom. So this is where I hate that he said it, but he said it and it's accurate. First of all, the people's complaint is that they can't find housing. And let me tell you, I think the best way for a content creator to be able to talk intelligently about a topic is to have just gone through the problem. I just struggled my ass off to get my daughter housing. I want to be really clear here. It's not a lack of money. They have a lack of money. Melly Umpkin and her boyfriend, and no, her name isn't really Melly Umpkin. I just call her Melly Umpkin on the show. Melly Umpkin and her boyfriend, they were restricted to how much rent they could pay. Well, I'm Daddy Warbucks. I'm not restricted by how much rent I can pay. I'm not stuck saying I have to find a place. The boyfriend can only pay $800 a month in rent. So they were at first trying to find a place that he could afford on his own, because he's just been bit in the ass for a second time by roommates. So he really wanted to find a place that he could afford on his own. They can't find a place at $800 a month. A lot of places I went and I looked at with my daughter or for my daughter, walked into one place. My daughter was all proud of herself. She found this place for $475 a month. I walked in there and I said, this place, I told the leasing agent, I said, this place is worth about $325 the way it is. Iran is not facing a water crisis. Religious fanaticism is not inherent to religion, but emerges when faith becomes well, first of all, let me stop you, Alex. Let me stop you. First of all, that's not even the topic I'm on right now, but since you're a first-time chatter, I try to always engage with the first-time chatters. This is not good behavior. I just want to tell you, what you've just done is not good behavior. It's not good etiquette. It's not good Twitch behavior. You didn't come in. You didn't say hi. You didn't say hello. It's the first thing you've ever said on my show, and it looks like ChatGPT because you have multiple EM dashes in it. So just so we're clear, I don't think you wrote this. I think ChatGPT wrote it for you, because I don't write in EM dashes. I've never used an EM dash. I'm gonna go even one further. I don't even know how to fucking type an EM dash. I'm typewriter old. I know how to do single dash, double dash. I don't know how to make my computer do an EM dash. Religious fanaticism is not inherent to religion, but emerges when faith becomes absolutist, politicized, and weaponized. That's incorrect. Just so we can start. That's incorrect. Religious fanaticism is absolutely inherent to religion. That's why it's called religious fanaticism and not just fanaticism. Because you can be a fanatic about the moon. You can be a lunatic. Its consequences, genocide, intellectual regression, tyranny, and cultural erasure are among the most destructive forces in history. The antidote lies in pluralism, rule of law, and critical education, not the abolition of religion. You've literally said nothing there. You literally have said nothing of substance. Genocide can happen for political reasons, not for religious reasons. Intellectual regression is happening in America, and although we are one nation under God, we don't have intellectual regression due to religion in this country. Because we don't have a singular dominant religion. We have a singular dominant Abrahamic faith, Christianity, but while all Catholics are Christian, not all Christians are Catholics. So, and the antidote lies in pluralism, rule of law, and critical education, not the abolition of religion. Well, in America, we're not abolishing religion. So, it was great that you came in with a bullshit ChatGPT generated talking point, but what are you trying to say? You just gave a $50 statement when you don't understand the 25-cent statement. And the truth of the matter is, discussion and discourse happens with the 25-cent words. And then you notice that these people come in, they say something, it's bullshit, and they don't back it up. Yeah, what country are you talking about? And then you say Iran, and Iran is facing a water crisis. Iran isn't facing a water crisis. I mean, Iran, of course, is always facing a water crisis because they're a desert nation. But Iran suddenly isn't facing a water crisis. And even if they are facing a water crisis, what the fuck does that have to do with religious fanaticism? 99% of Iran is the same nation. Yeah, Tehran might be running out of water in 2 weeks. Break. Tehran is usually 1 or 2 weeks away from running out of water. Baghdad is 1 or 2 weeks from running out of water. But the fucking Middle East is always 1 or 2 weeks running out of water. Fuck's sake, man. It's the fucking desert. Like, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm not being glib about it. But I used to say all the time, we're trying to win the hearts and minds of Middle Easterners by building them schools or building them housing or building them this and building them that. They don't want any of that shit. Just airlift a plane in with 60,000 gallons of water. Give them enough water for a month. That'll change their fucking minds. Because, and I'm being serious, for their life and the life of their father and the life of their grandfather and the life of their great-great-grandfather, people had always been offering to build them schools and houses and infrastructure, but nobody ever brought them water. And we have aircraft that we can convert to bring thousands of gallons of drinking water. Yeah, they have fucking massive underground water tanks that they fill up. But I don't think people realize, like, this right here, this is 40 ounces of water. This is my show water. This is what I'm going to drink today on this show. That's 2 or 3 days of water for desert people. Because they just can't get a hold of 80 ounces of clean, drinkable water easily. Well, first of all, Rad Dude, what do I think about stupid orange text Twitch chatters who say Orange Man want to attack Africa? Africa continent. Africa not country. Military not attack continent. Continent ground. Continent space on map. Continent geographical designation. Stupid Orange Man at least know name of country. Not always right country, but name of country, not name of continent. Stumble your fucking illiterate ass back into a fucking geography classroom. Which country? Somebody asked me the other day why I don't ban you. I don't ban you because every time you come around, you are my walking, talking poster child for why we need to improve. Oh, Nigeria. So you mean a country? You mean not a whole continent? Not a whole continent that's actually 3 times the size of the United States. Everybody knows this, right? The continent, except for Alaska, because we're talking CONUS, the continental United States. So not Alaska, not Hawaii. You know the United States fits inside Africa 3 times, right? That's how motherfucking large Africa is. Wisdom is chasing you, but you are faster. Yeah. Just so if you've never seen this map, if you've never actually seen this map, this map is actually pretty accurate. This is how large Africa is. I want you to fathom this for a moment. That's how fucking big Africa is. Yeah, China part 2. Because they had to break up China. Because China doesn't squash in. Look at the United States. The United States fits into Africa perfectly there. Now, the way I do it is I usually spin Washington up to where they put the Netherlands and Belgium, and then I put another United States, and then I have to break it up. But the United States fits into Africa 3 times. Now, why is Trump wanting to attack Nigeria? Trump threatens military. It's like funny, like holy shit, I knew somebody was going to bring it up. I already had it queued up. Trump threatens military action in Nigeria over Christian persecution claims. Yeah, notice how Belgians and the Netherlands are still next to each other. U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday said he'd order the Pentagon to begin planning for potential military action in Nigeria as he stepped up his allegations that the government is failing to rein in the persecution of Christians in the West African country. If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing to completely wipe out Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Holy shit. There you go. I was going to say that. If Trump wants someone to help the Christians in Nigeria, maybe he should ask Vatican City for a police force. I'm going to go one step further. Okay. When it comes to Christian persecution on the planet, and I know what someone's going to hit me with, and I understand. But like Highlander, there can only be one. If Christians are being persecuted, they should ring up his papacy and be like, look, I understand we're not Catholics, but we're Christians and we're being prosecuted. The Pope should be the singular point of contact for the world for when Christians are being persecuted. Then the Pope can ring up the US and be like, hey, Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria. Donald Trump is not a Christian. People believe that the commandment says, thou shalt not kill. That is not the literal translation of that commandment. The commandment literally translates to thou shalt not murder. Doesn't mean you can't kill. Even Jesus said once, he who has a shirt and not a sword shall sell his shirt to buy a sword. Because you have to be ready to defend yourself. Not go attack people, but defend yourself. We blew up another 3 people in the Caribbean this weekend. When you kill people without a trial who aren't breaking international law, it makes you a fucking murderer. I hate to tell all the naval people who are blindly following the Cheeto Puffin chief and his illegal orders. You are killing people in international water. You are all culpable for murder. The captain of that boat, you should be tried for a war crime. You murdered people in international water in violation of international law, which requires 1, you attempt to board the ship. 2, if you can't board the ship, you contact the flagging nation and tell them to order their boat to stop. And if the boat doesn't, Then you've done this magic word called due process and said, hey, we ordered you to stop. You didn't stop. We called the flagging nation that issues you the ability to be a boat. They didn't want to tell you to stop. Now we prepare. We're not going to wait for permission, but we prepare what credible evidence we have because we know we're going to have to go to the United Nations and explain this shit. Not Trump. Trump just blows them up. No wonder why your fucking approval rating is in the 30s. Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit. Stop murdering people. And let's stop playing with words. No one's gonna say stop murdering people. They're gonna say stop killing. Fuck it. The media has to start saying the president just murdered 3 people in the Caribbean. Donald Trump all pissy because he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. Bitch, you had murdered like 15 people. 9 on one boat, 6 on another. You wonder why you didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize? You renamed your Department of Defense to Department of War. You're a fucking warmonger. You threatened Nigeria. The problem with being a bully, and Donald Trump is a bully, is people stand up to bullies. Yeah, that problem blew up. People stand up to bullies. And then what do? Then you are forced to do what you said you were going to do. Don't make idle threats. And don't make threats at all. I'm telling you, right? If I was the president right now, I would look at the situation in Nigeria and I would say, sucks that we're the only Christian nation. Oh, wait, we're not a Christian nation. Sucks that there's no other European countries that are predominantly Christian. Oh, shit, there are. Sucks that we don't have a united Oh, wait, we do. Now, if you had Americans being persecuted, my first question would be, did we tell those Americans that Nigeria is on the don't go fucking go there list? Oh, we did? Remember I said I've got this wonderful little document so that it's documented, it's been shown multiple times. Government regulations, I want to set up systems that actually make sense. Here's the make sense system of President Jalan. When you're leaving the country, destination, Nigeria. Hold up. I'm going to need you to read and sign, and I got to bring out some people. I'm going to need your passport, another photo ID. You got to read this document and sign it. What's that document? That document basically is the United States of America telling you you're a fucking toolbox for going to Nigeria. And if you find yourself in any trouble in Nigeria, we don't have an embassy there. We don't have a consulate. You're going into the fucking Badlands, man. I hope you brought dope and ammo, because if you get into trouble, we're not starting a diplomatic incident. Well, I have family there. Okay. We're still not coming to save your ass. Fucking backpackers. They're backpacking on the border of Azerbaijan and Iran, and they stumble into Iran. First of all, you know where the fuck Iran is. You shouldn't be anywhere near it. Second of all, and if anybody's of Azerbaijani descent, I apologize, but an American really has no fucking place in Azerbaijan either. Have you, and I say this, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. Have you climbed Everest? No. Have you climbed the Smokies? No. The Rockies? No. Then what the fuck are you out there on the border of Iran and Azerbaijan fucking hiking through the desert mountains? We have desert in America. We have mountains in the desert in America. You want to hike some desert mountains? Get the fuck down there. Go fucking hike through there. But no, now it's a fucking diplomatic incident. I want to go to Rwanda. Sign here, please. I want to go to China. Sign here, please. People are so comfortable at home, think it's cute to get into danger. Right, now, what I will say is this. I tell you not to go somewhere, you don't go there, that's good. We're all in agreement. What I'll tell you on the other end of it is, I know I say I do a lot of things day one. I would only go to one inaugural ball, and then I would be right to business. I would literally pass a foreign policy called Pax Americana. Civis Americanus. I would tell the whole world, if one American dies in your country and they weren't doing illegal shit, swift and mighty will be the retribution. Not because they're Christian or Jewish or Muslim, but because they're American. Yeah, there are mountains in the desert in America that are specifically have areas set up for tourists. They don't intervene unless you need them to intervene. I'm gonna go to Indonesia and do drugs like back home. Right. I want to get back to the start topic of the day and work my way from there. Let's include stipulations that excludes medical situations or accidents. No. If they have a medical situation, Delcos, I'm gonna be honest with you. If an American is admitted to a foreign hospital, that hospital better be ringing up the fucking American consulate. We have an American and they're in medical trouble. Thanks for letting us know. We're on the way. We'll come get them. Accident, we can go a couple of different ways with accident. Traffic accident, run-of-the-mill accident. Just give me a report. What happened? Oh, it was a run-of-the-mill accident? Because remember, I want to remind people, the word accident is a bullshit word. The word accident is a bullshit word. There is no such thing as a car accident. I've challenged people to this in the past. There's no such thing as a car accident. There's car crashes. There's car incidents. But there's no car accidents. Lady that T-boned my wife's car. She T-boned my wife's car. She says it's not her fault. Her insurance company says it's not her fault. Well, my insurance company already paid us, and they say it's her fault. And this is one of the few times one insurance company is suing another insurance company. State of Illinois states, our law actually states, it doesn't matter how a driver entered the intersection, comma, even if they did so illegally, comma, once in the intersection, they control the intersection and they have the right of way. I know a lot of people don't like the law. They don't agree with the law. They wish the law would get changed. If you blow a stop sign and you enter the intersection, once you're in the intersection, you control the intersection. Which means if you were at a full stop, you can't go until the person who ran the stop sign goes through. But State Farm is going to lose their case. And they're going to end up losing another $20,000 or $30,000 because they're going to have to pay for all the legal shit. We see that lady all the time. She got this nasty fucking glare on her face. I live in a small town. The police are fucking embarrassed because the police have like 9 mistakes on the report. But back to the topic at hand. Why is it the people that are hurt the most by illegal immigration are the ones that are stopping ICE from doing their job? What I mean by this is real simple. The number one thing that we have going on in this country right now is a housing crisis. I've seen it firsthand. It's not about not having money. It's about availability. There is just not enough movement in housing right now for people to get into housing. I'm telling you, it's not about money. We have between 11.99 and 25 million illegal immigrants in this country right now. If we got rid of all of them, the supply of available housing would go up. The demand would remain the same because we have people who can't get into housing. The demand isn't going to go down because you get rid of 50 million people, or I'm sorry, 25 million people. The demand is going to stay the same. You have people that literally, the whole, if you're not familiar with the housing cycle, you're born into housing. I know it looks like a house, but you're born into housing. And then when you leave this housing, you either go to the military, or you go to college, or you go and you get your own apartment. These two are half conjoined. These are dorms, these are apartments. So this part of the population, they have to enter into apartments. So now apartment living is great, right? Until you want to start your family and you move into a starter home. And then if you follow the standard starter home philosophy like I did, I moved into a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,000 square foot house. And then as my family got bigger, I moved into a family home, right? Now, this right here is also a family home because it's the family home you were in. Now, I know some people are going to be like, well, I didn't grow up in a house, I grew up in an apartment. Great. This fucking example isn't directed towards you then. Well, from the family home, right, you are going to move out of the family home and you're going to downsize, or you're going to go straight to a retirement home, or you're going to return to an apartment, or whatever your needs are at the end of your life. Well, the problem is, post-COVID, a lot of old people don't want to go to a retirement home. They don't want to go into an assisted living facility. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it because too many people were dying in assisted living facilities. We treat our elderly like garbage in this country. Well, if this person doesn't go to the retirement home, then they're in the family home. Well, if they don't get out of the family home, the person in the starter home can't get out of the starter home, which means the people in the apartments can't go to a starter home, which means the people that need apartments are stuck with mom and dad. So people are like, well, build more houses. Cool. I love the idea. Let's build more houses. What are we building right now? Are we building affordable starter homes? No. My house in this town, my house is like $308,000 now, give or take. I haven't looked at this month's valuation. Who the fuck moving out of an apartment can afford a $308,000 home? To be able to afford a $308,000 home means you need to be making approximately $102,700 a year to get the mortgage on this place. We're in the situation where, and I think this is bullshit, you're paying $2,000 a month in rent, but you don't qualify for a $1,200 a month mortgage. How the fuck can you have 2 years of on-time rent payments at $2,000 a month, but the bank won't let you have a $1,200 a month mortgage? Now, I know what some people are going to say. They're going to say, oh, well, you have property tax and you have homeowner's insurance, and you're missing the fucking statement. All of that is factored into the $1,200 a month mortgage because you're putting all that other shit into escrow. I don't recommend you do that, but I didn't say a $1,200 a month house payment. I said a $1,200 a month mortgage. I'm including everything in that. Even so, if you have a $1,200 a month house payment, you probably are going to add $200 a month onto insurance, another $400 a month in property taxes, maybe another $125 in PMI if you're really unlucky. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 25. But you've been paying $2,000 a month in rent. And then people are like, well, you're not factoring in the utilities. Yes, I am, because very few rents anymore include all the utilities. We're in a fucking world where I heard a great quote a while ago, and that quote was, nobody will defend a billionaire better than a guy making $50,000 a year. And I agree with that statement to a point. Nobody will defend shitty banking practices like people who went through it the hard way and want everybody else to go through it the hard way. You haven't seen a utility included in rent since 2008. Down here, down around where I am, you still will get places that the gas is included. The gas is included with the apartment, because a lot of the apartments, when they were built down here, they didn't separately meter each unit. I've seen a lot of the landlords, as they renovate their buildings, fighting with Ameren to get those units independently metered. Do you have any advice for those looking to buy someday with prices being as high as they are? I'm likely going to be buying my first place that I can build some equity in with non-major repairs. Well, then you have to decide, which one do you want? Because you've said you want to buy your first place you can build with equity with non-major repairs, but then you're not looking for the diamonds in the rough. So my advice for you then is, work 60-hour weeks for 2 years. Don't touch any of the money that comes from the 20-hour-a-week part-time job. Save all of that for the down payment and hope that you accumulate 20% of the down payment that you need for a place that's nice and doesn't need any repairs. Because remember, if it doesn't need any repairs, it's expensive. The only advice I can give you for buying an expensive place is make more money. What you have to look at is, right, is the advice I give where I say this: being lazy is a rich people trait. Being lazy is a rich people trait. Now, on Halloween, the day before Halloween, my dryer started doing D90. If you're not familiar with what D80, D90 on a dryer error is, it's 80 is annotating that there's an 80% blockage in airflow, and your dryer shuts off because of fire concerns. One second. A thought popped into my head. So I say to people all the time, if you want to be lazy, that's a rich people trait. I'm not about to pay somebody $300 to come out and clean my dryer vent. I bought the dryer cleaning kit. It took me better part of an hour. And I got, a sizable amount of shit out of my dryer vent. It's literally buy the kit. It's got all the attachable extenders. You put all that down. If you've got a really, really dirty dryer vent, you tape them together and then you attach it to a drill bit. And then as you push it down, you hold the drill bit, it spins. That's all they do. It's the same shit they do, except they don't have the piecemeal one. They have long ones of different sizes. And they have a little vacuum tube that they put up there so that it's all presentation. It all looks good. It all sounds good. That's why they can charge you $300 to clean your dryer vent, because they got a truck with a fucking shop vac built into the back. And it's just show. It took me an hour. Took me a $50 cleaning kit in an hour. Now, I could have done it the other way. If you don't have a cleaning kit and you need to get your dryer vent cleaned in a hurry, and you have a leaf blower, electric, not gas, don't run a gas one in your house. Just take the cover off your outside dryer vent, go into your laundry room, find your hose connection, take the leaf blower, put it in there, turn it on. Works really good if you can have somebody on the exit with a phone. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit coming out. If you don't have the extensions, you know what works really well for pushing a block in your dryer vent? Fucking measuring tape. Why? Because it'll snake in around stuff. If you don't have $50 to buy the kit, you can make the fucking cleaner with a measuring tape, about 6 straws, and some tape. Pipe cleaners are better, but if you don't have those, just take straws. Measure the width of your dryer vent, cut it about 1 inch short of that, and put about cut 3 straws into 6s so that you can make the X's, and then just push that down. It'll grab all that shit and it'll push it out the end. If you've got a lot of stuff coming out, then I suggest you get the cleaning kit. But again, people are like, oh, I had to pay $300 to get my dryer vent cleaned. Well, now when I see people talking about that shit, I'll be like, I'll come over and do it for $100. If the guy's gonna charge you $300 for do it, I'll do it for $100, because then I can take that money, I can donate it to Extra Life, I could donate it to the food bank. I don't want it. I just don't want greedy ass corporations to make it. But yeah, if you need to get a house that's affordable, remember, when you're poor, you can't buy nice shit. When you're poor, you can't buy nice shit. So you can either become rich and buy nice shit, or you can take bad shit and turn it into nice shit. It's like I told you. I used to take Walmart furniture. I didn't want to have a bunch of fucking bullshit, crappy Walmart bookcases. I used to have like 8 bookcases in my house. Well, I didn't want to buy nice bookshelves because 1, I couldn't afford it. But 2, I knew I was going to be moving multiple times in my career. So what did I do? Spent $100 on, I think, 3 bookshelves and another $100 on that stone spray paint. So I made these 3 really nice bookshelves for all of my books. People would come to my house and say how nice they were. I used to laugh when I said they're not that nice. They just look nice. Somebody paid me to make them one. I was like, okay, just so you know what you're getting. I'm like, this isn't fucking stone, man. I wish I had the talent to fucking carve stone bookshelves. You gotta take bad shit and turn it into nice shit. You gotta scrape off the ugly parts. But yeah, so people are getting in the way of ICE. Like, I'm going to show you a First Amendment auditor. And I want you to just listen to how wrong this First Amendment auditor is. I'm sorry. I want you to listen how wrong this person is that's being recorded. Like, I don't know if this person could be any more wrong the way they went about it.
So he wasn't taken before a judge before you guys locked him up with this kidnapping, correct?
No. Not
so
correct.
He wasn't. Yeah, it is correct.
Not correct.
You didn't take him before a judge.
No, I took him to jail.
Anytime you arrest someone, they're supposed to go before a judge.
He goes before the judge tomorrow.
And he's supposed tomorrow. That's not
in the
what
morning.
I got from the
in the morning.
Huron County.
Unless he bonds out.
No, that's not what I got from him. He
Unless he bonds out.
He'll be there from Wednesday to Monday.
Well, he has a warrant out of Erie County as well.
So you didn't see that warrant when you ran his tags?
No, because the tags didn't come back to anything. Once we ran the VIN off the truck, it came back to him.
Who's the other officer?
Officer Real.
Real?
Yeah, he gave you his name over the phone as well.
No, he didn't give me his badge.
Real 63.
Real 63 is what he said.
Real or Real?
Real, R-E-E-L.
R-E-L. Okay, and his badge number is 63?
63.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And we'll see you in court.
Yep, that's cool.
Less than a month later, the suspect is stopped by police for his fictitious plates yet again.
Ben, I got a warrant for your arrest.
A warrant for my arrest?
Yep.
For what?
Step out of the vehicle.
For what?
You didn't show up for court.
I didn't show up for court.
Yeah. Ben, step out of the vehicle.
Step out of the vehicle for what?
You got a warrant.
My court date is not until January 18th. What do you mean?
Step out of the vehicle or I'm going to force my way in there and get you out of there.
You're going to force your way in here.
First of all, you're not running this show, Mr. I am.
No, you're not.
You are obstructing.
How are you running the show?
I'm the one that stopped you.
For what? Because I got a warrant?
First of all, these plates are expired to even come back to this vehicle.
Because what?
Those plates on the back of your
so
car
what-
does not even come to this vehicle.
What does that have to do with a warrant?
You have a warrant
For what? And for where?
for the charges that Officer Zagala had.
He's listening.
I can't hear. I'm not going to listen to her nonsense.
Well, you know what? That's up to you if you don't want to listen.
Okay, if you do not go to the vehicle, I'm going to break this window and take you out.
Okay, Sade. So I got it on video. He said he's gonna break my window if I don't get out. You break it out, that's on you, bud. Go on and break it out. Go ahead.
I will. I'll wait till the sergeant gets here,
Go ahead.
and we're going to break
Go
it.
ahead.
What's the problem?
He's not getting out of the vehicle. He said break the window to get him out, so I was waiting for you to get here. Comes back to a Volvo. So the same charges we dealt with in the past, we got him again.
Mr. You need to step.
Now, this is the same charges we've dealt with him in the past, and he's doing it again. And I wish I could say it would stop there, but it's going to get even worse.
Out of the car, man, okay?
For what?
Because you have warrants.
Can you show me the paperwork that I have a warrant?
Yes, I will. You have 3 additional warrants
For what?
for failure to appear. For the fictitious, for the DUS, and what was the other one? Another one.
Yeah, it was 3 of
But
them.
there's 3 of them. Because you apparently missed the court date.
Plus, you're driving under suspension.
And you're currently driving under suspension. Just don't make this any worse than it needs to be, dude.
Well, I'm not trying to make anything worse.
Okay, I want to remind everybody in America, or anybody who ever visits America, the Supreme Court has already ruled the police can take you out of your vehicle during a traffic stop for any and all reasons, including no reason, period, for officer safety. Now, if they tell you to open the door and get the fuck out the vehicle, open the goddamn door, get the fuck out the vehicle. It's that simple. Why? Because it's the law. But I don't agree with it. You don't have to agree with it. You can argue your case all the way up to and back in front of those 9 fucking Supreme Court justices 20 years from now, or you could just get out of the vehicle and you probably won't go to jail. But close the door after you. Nope. Doesn't matter. I don't know why people keep believing that shit. If you close the door after you, it does absolutely nothing, because if they can see it, that's all they need to open the door. Not rolling your window down is probable cause for them to take a look-see. They can't open your glove box. They can't open your floor safes. They can't open your trunk. But if they can see it in plain sight, they can open the vehicle. They do not need to get a warrant to do that.
You're being non-compliant, okay?
I'm not being non-compliant.
Well, we're asking you to step out. It's a lawful order. But this is going to escalate, and you're going to catch more charges, which are felony charges.
Okay, you're going to catch more charges, which are felony charges. Absolutely correct.
Do not consent to any power.
She's not even an attorney.
The whole thing is we don't want to bust your window out. I would like you to step out. I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to open, and we're going to bust your window out, and we're going to drag you out of there.
He said he's going to give me 5 seconds.
1,
And he's going to bust the window out.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep. Bust the window out.
Oh, yeah. Step out, Mr.
Step out of the car. I said step out of the car.
What are you doing? I'm not even resisting.
You were resisting. I hate to tell you, you were resisting. Obstruction, failure to comply, resisting, a violation of the fucking law that says you have to step out of your vehicle.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting at all.
Now that glass cut me in the face.
It's all right.
That's all right that the glass cut me in the face?
You're okay. Hey, the cuffs are tight on me.
I'm going to re-adjust them.
No, the cuffs are tight on me.
They're okay, because I can fix my fingers in there. They're double locked and cuffed.
Make sure you put my phones where I can see them. Don't try to reach for my groin area.
I'm not reaching your groin.
Yes, you did. You just tried to touch my groin area.
It doesn't matter if he touched your groin area. It's a pat down. It's beyond a Terry frisk now. Now it's a pat down. He has to make sure you don't have anything on you. Guess what? You're about to have a really shitty day with the fucking behavior you've had, because I imagine they're going to book you and hold you, which means you're going to be stripping down to your bare ass.
That's a violation. Why would you try to do that?
Have a seat.
Can I get in the truck?
Yeah, have a seat.
How can I have a seat like that? I got to step in. I'm supposed to have a seat standing up. I can't. Wow. And you didn't adjust these cuffs. They are not adjusted, man. They're
Okay,
tight as hell.
I teach this class in the academy.
Okay. All right.
You didn't adjust these cuffs. Probably, if the cop really does teach the class at the academy, and it sounded like he did it. It sounded like he did it properly because he did the declaration. They're on, and I've double locked them. That's the big one. You want to double lock them so they don't get any tighter. Because if you don't double lock them, suspects will 2 minutes later you'll come and they will have clicked them in.
3 months later, police find
3 fucking months later.
out Ben still hasn't taken care of his warrants or his fictitious plates during yet another traffic stop. But this time, his fake lawyer shows up in her vehicle and Ben hops in her back seat and locks the door. The fake lawyer then demands to see the official paperwork that shows Ben's warrant for his arrest.
What is it saying? It said arrest. Let me see the front page too. I need to see everything.
This is the original. That's the copy.
Let me see the front page. Let me.
It's
read.
the same page.
Okay. Don't get smart. I'm not getting smart.
Hey,
with you.
read it and then let him out.
I'm not yelling at me. No, you won't.
You're obstructing. You're going to go to jail too.
You're going to go to jail. You keep playing because you.
It's right here. It's right here.
Okay, let me read it. I don't see where it says arrest.
Not.
By the way, just so everybody can be clear on this matter, if you are not an attorney, you do not have a P number, you have not passed the bar, you are not properly registered and certified in the state, don't ever act like somebody's attorney because you will go to jail for that. Number 2, this is a courtesy. This is a courtesy that the police officer did by showing anybody the warrant. Once there's a warrant for you and you jump in the back of somebody else's car, they can smash that window and fucking yank your ass out. They better be 100% sure it's you, and they got to give you exactly one opportunity as the driver to unlock your doors. 1. I don't know why people get this idea that the cops have to say it 3 times, 8 times, 12 times.
Honorable must sit 20 days in jail.
Okay, where's the arrest part at?
This is a warrant for arrest. Open up.
And you are Nick Zengel?
Yes, ma'am.
Up and you're going to be taking him to see a judge right away, right?
I'm going to take him to jail. He's going to see a judge in the morning.
You're not going to see a judge right
This
now.
is how it works. It's going to work the same time as the same way as last time.
And which way was that?
He goes to jail,
judge, right?
and then he sees the judge in the morning.
Open the sovereign citizen bullshit where they say you have to see a judge immediately upon arrest isn't true. You do not have to be taken before a magistrate immediately. You have to, most states have written guidelines for how long it is before. A lot of states take you in front of a judge right away so that the people that can bond out or get ROR'd don't get entered into the system because then they don't have to be fed. They don't have to be housed. Some people, they want to get out. And, right, if you're polite and you are cooperative, the cop has a lot of discretion, right? But once there's an arrest warrant out for you, there's no discretion. Yeah, it's to be a reasonable delay. Most are 3 business days, or not to exceed. No, it's not 3 business days. It's 3 calendar days, not to exceed 3 or 4 calendar days, depending on if you have a seated judge or a traveling judge. Most of the time, it's you get seen the very next day, the very next business day, or you get seen at the 5 o'clock arraignment. Some places do that. It's usually not 3 business days. It's usually 3 calendar days. Because business days then get caught up on you arrest somebody on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's a holiday, Friday's a holiday, Saturday's a weekend, Sunday's a weekend. Well, you can't have somebody in jail for 4 days. It's why generally they'll have a Friday arraignment for all the Thursday assholes. But yeah, the weekend, you're just fucked. Generally, Monday morning in Cook County, like I said once down here, every morning in courtroom 108, all the state's attorneys are down there. All the assistant state's attorneys are down there. There's 10 or 12 of them in courtroom 108 every morning for an hour or two, clearing all the petty offenses, the petty misdemeanors, the traffic violations. And then they go do their normal cases. That's why the normal court day starts at 9, but downstairs starts at 7. In some places, they don't have a judge seated on a bench every day. He's there on Thursdays. Well, in that case, that really does suck ass for you when you're in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, and your arraignment day is on Thursdays. The law says you get arraigned on Thursdays. Don't get arrested the week before Thanksgiving because you might sit in jail for 13 days. Sucks. The older millennial, that guy that makes the TikToks, he sat in jail for like 7 days because they only do transport from one county to another once a week. Well, I'm not going to argue the intricacies of the legitimacy of the constitutionality of that. I'm going to say, get fucked. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Door. Open the door.
I'm opening it. Don't touch my door handle. I got it. He can get out. And do not use excessive force. And I'm not playing with any of you. And I want all your badge numbers.
You have mine already.
Okay, what's his?
I don't know. Open the door now.
I don't know.
Now.
What's your badge number?
Open the door.
Open the door is my fucking badge number. See, the problem is that's the shit we're dealing with in America. That's what we're dealing with. So we've got people, like, first of all, J.B. Pritzker turned around the other day and he said, you shouldn't have to carry your papers. Well, why? It's the federal law. You've got a governor who's a presidential candidate talking about immigration when he has no experience with immigration law. And the immigration law states all individuals in this country above the age of 18 on paperwork must carry a copy of that paperwork at all times and surrender it upon request by the appropriate authorities. Now, the local police are not the appropriate authority. And I hate to tell the local police this. Your job isn't to enforce immigration. And if you're enforcing immigration, then you're breaking the law because you're doing a job that's not yours. Homeland Security, INS, and ICE do immigration. But if you're 19 years old and you're here as on a student visa, yes, you are required to carry a copy of that student visa with you at all times. Be right back. So honestly, I don't know why our country is the way it is and why people keep saying the Democrats are keeping the government shut down. Having had time to finally dig into all of the Democrat demands, I don't disagree with the Republicans basically telling the Democrats to shove it up their ass. There were some COVID era Affordable Care Act credits that were given. Is there any more vids after that one? Yeah, there's more. I just don't have the rest of them because that was the point. There's thousands of sovereign citizen videos. Sovereign citizens are some of the dumbest fucking people I know because sovereign citizens will quote the Articles of Confederation. Well, if you're going to quote the Articles of Confederation for why you're behaving a certain way, you might as well quote the fucking Magna Carta for all the relevance it is. There are literally sovereign citizens who say, well, we have to follow the Articles of Confederation because they're our government. No, they're not. They were our government. They were our government about 200 years ago. About 200 years ago, we followed the Articles of Confederation. We don't do that anymore because it's not our government anymore. I have had run-ins with the police, and for the most part, if you're polite, yeah, go ahead. I think it's great. I think laughing at sovereign citizens is amazing, because this is what we're talking about. Is we're living in a society where we're applauding bad behavior. We're applauding bad behavior. And what we're doing is we're trying to say, oh, well, these people are heroes because these people are heroes because they whatchamacallit, they are standing up for what's right. The people that argue with the judges, you don't have the authority over me. I would like to ask some of these sovereign citizens a really plain, simple question. If that judge doesn't have authority over you, how the fuck did you end up in that judge's courtroom? Because did some police officers arrest you? Yeah. Did they bring you to the courthouse? Yeah. So exactly at what point did they overuse their authority? And if you say, oh, well, we'll see you in court, why would your first statement be, we'll see you in court, if you don't believe in the legitimacy of the courtroom that you're currently standing in? See, this is where we've got to get rid of.
So he wasn't taken before.
We've got to get rid of an awful lot of stupid people. I said I would talk about this clip from Asmongold.
This is the reason why. This is the reason why I think that we shouldn't have democracy anymore. I think it's been an interesting little experiment. I think that now we need to get back to only having the maybe top 10% of landowners that are the most educated vote on all issues, and everybody else doesn't have any say in how things go. If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote, and they would be saying after 10 years, 20 years, thank you. We used to have presidents like Thomas Jefferson, and now we have presidents like George W. Bush. Think about how close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea.
Okay, he's not wrong. But where he's wrong, and I don't know if anybody would like to tell Zach this factoid. Zach's down there. Zach is one of the 85%. And I don't know, I didn't see the rest of the segment he's talking about. I don't know if anybody asks him. I don't know if he ever admits to knowing that he's one of the 85%. I'm not against the idea of taking away the right to vote from a lot of people. I'm not against the idea of taking away the freedom of speech from a lot of people. Because a lot of people are abusing the shit out of it. Let's be honest. A lot of people are depriving their village of an idiot. Because they're out here in the social media ether. Instead of being the village idiot, they're the representative of their village. And they're being an idiot. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. But if you say America is a democracy and you don't know the next 10 words and you don't know the 10 after that, then I don't particularly, oh, hey, Rad Dude. I kind of have a policy, Rad Dude, on my show. I kind of have a policy here, and you've walked right up to the fucking policy that I'll fucking boot you right out of my fucking show. Why don't you talk that shit in my chat to me instead of talking that shit? Look, man, you're a dumb fuck illiterate who can't even read the news. And you're a chicken shit, and I don't like chicken shit people because you start talking. No, you don't get freedom of speech anymore on my show because you've never had it. Why the fuck are you a chicken shit coward who can't talk to me in my chat, but you message people in my community to try to stir up shit? You literally picked the worst fucking person in my community to go talk shit to about me because he tells me when I'm wrong. He sends me the fucking corrections when I say something wrong. He's my go-to guy for math. So I'm gonna help you out with something. You literally said, when I corrected you, I wasn't being an ass when I said, you turned around and you said Trump wants to attack Africa. You're a dumb fuck illiterate who doesn't know the difference between Nigeria and Africa. So now my question is, why are you a chicken shit who's in my channel who won't bring that shit to me and says shit like, but my God, don't even try to correct something he says. And you got literally told if it's actually correct. So why are you a chicken shit part of the problem in the world messaging my viewers to talk shit about me? Did your balls fall off? Or are they in the same place do they work about the same as your legs? Do you have a spine? How's your jock strap? Is it feeling kind of empty? Why do you got to talk shit to my viewers when I've never ever censored you despite how stupid you are on my show? You got anything you want to chime in now? Because you've been called out for your shit behavior. I don't like cowards. I think people that run around and message because they don't have the ball sack to say it in the main chat to be just about on the same level as chomos. I hate weak intellectual people. I hate intellectual cowards. Yeah, the last time you sent me like enough research that I could dive into it. Like, if you have a position, defend it. I'll respect the shit out of you if you defend it. But Rad Dude's illiterate ass doesn't know the difference between a country and a continent. Walking, talking, fucking example of the problem with American education. Been given time and time and time and time again. Talks about a church shooting that happened not in the church. Now, ironically, like 2 weeks later, those 2 young Catholics got killed, but looks at the headlines, can't read the story. Gets all their fucking news from goddamn TikTok. Brings up a fucking comment about how their dad got sandwiched in between 2 trucks and still managed to climb out the back window with a broken arm. Asked for the news story because a person crawling out the back window of a vehicle after getting pancaked between 2 semis, that would be fucking newsworthy. I'm sure somebody took a photo of it. Do I get a link to that? Not at all. Now, what, you got nothing to say now? You got absolutely nothing to say? See, I don't mind if you want to challenge me. I love when people challenge me because people challenging me makes me up my game. But when you want to be a chicken shit and talk mad shit about me behind my back, all that tells me is that at least you're smart enough to not talk the shit to my face. It makes you a fucking coward. When you talk shit behind somebody's back, you're a fucking coward. So you got anything else to say? Because that you don't have the ball sack to say anything to my face. That's what I thought. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the problem we have here. I operate my show on an idea of a principle that everybody needs to know. You fuck around, you find out. Sometimes I fuck around. Sometimes I find out. No, they weren't talking shit in the chat. That's my problem. They talked shit to my viewers directly by PM. Yeah. If you want to fucking talk shit and you're not banned in my chat, just fucking talk in my chat. Now, I do understand the fucking outrage when I ban somebody, but I only ban people that are in Delulu land, or they come in right off the bat with an ism. The asshole veteran. Now, I'm not going to show private messages that brings up a bunch of Twitch terms of service nonsense. I can talk about them because you sent them to me, but I'm not going to show private messages between one user and another user because they weren't sent through me. You know what I'm saying? I got to abide by this binder full of Twitch terms of service. But see, the problem I have with people, it's not my fault you didn't get an education. It's not my fault you're stupid. It's not my fault you operate on the lower half. I do the show to challenge people intellectually so they get some resources, they get some thoughts, they get some ideas. The idea doesn't end with what I say. In fact, if the idea ends with what I say, I need to stop doing this because no one should ever stop with the idea of what somebody else said. They should take it and they should say, damn, I like that. Let me go find the next 10 words. Let me go find 10 more. Yeah, you can repost them. That you absolutely can do. I want people to be intellectually challenged. I want people to think, like I say, the Asmongold thing, he says 85% of Americans should be disenfranchised. And I don't disagree with them. Yeah, 6 foot. I'll use an example with 6 foot. 6 foot has a problem that sometimes he wants to over defend. It's a problem. It's a character flaw. It's something that needs to be worked on. If you feel the need to over defend, then at least in some part, you believe what the other person said about you. Jay, you're an asshole. 0 points to Gryffindor. At least you told the truth. Moving on. I'm not gonna justify anybody's belief that I'm an asshole. War crimes are currently off the menu. Yeah, Wolfagar, you're fucking Canadian. Your country is known for love of hockey, maple syrup, and war crimes. Because it's never a war crime the first time. Yeah, I like this. I'm usually in the ballpark when I'm wrong. Right? I like when people are at least in the right fucking sport. You're in the right sport. Like, look, you don't like my opinions on illegal immigration. What's the counter to it? What's the counter? Look, Democrats want to hold up the entire government because they want to continue Obamacare credits for people that shouldn't be getting them. The more I dig into it, the more I realize the Democrats are fucking wrong. They're fucking wrong because of this. If I go to the hospital and I need an x-ray, how much should that x-ray cost? Well, the x-ray should cost $300. By the time I add in the person who checks me and the person who checked the medical admin person who does my registration, checks my insurance, puts in my copy of my ID, I do all that shit. The janitor who has to clean the waiting room that I sit my ass in, the x-ray tech who comes and gets me, takes my x-rays, takes the gown, puts that in the laundry service that picks up the gown, the x-ray technician who has to calibrate the machine, the radiologist that has to interpret the x-ray, the nurse at my doctor's office that sees the x-rays in the system, tells the doctor who then drafts the message to send to me, and then the nurse who sends the message back to me. That's like 9 touch points. So the x-ray should cost $300 to cover all their costs. But my insurance will only pay $250 because my insurance will only pay My insurance will only pay 84%. So my insurance is only going to pay $250. Well, now the hospital says, well, we need $300. So what we're going to do is we're going to charge $375 for the x-ray, because when they pay 84%, we'll get the $315, and that extra $15 helps build the fund for when people's insurance reject or don't pay or whatever. Now, you come in to pay cash. You should only have to pay $300. But because of insurance bullshit shenanigans, you now have to pay $375. Why? If you know you need $300 and the hospital knows they need $300, why can't the hospital just charge you $300? Because then the insurance company won't pay $375. The cash price can't be different than the negotiated insurance rate. Okay, so this person doesn't have insurance, and this person has insurance through the ACA. Isn't this just a problem with the private insurance system? No, it's a problem with an insurance system, but we have Medicare, we have Medicaid, we have VA, we have TRICARE, and then we have private insurances. So we have public insurance and we have private insurance. But you have to give them the same rate. Give me 1 second. So, isn't this just a problem with a private insurance system? It can be, but you're still going to have, like, the option is healthcare for all. You want to give everybody healthcare. Okay, you give everybody healthcare. The immediate prices go up. The immediate cost goes up. I listen to Democrats talk about if we gave everybody universal health care, the price would go down. No, it wouldn't. If you gave everybody health care, you would need at least 150,000 doctors more than we currently have, just as general practitioner family doctors. We would need 150,000 more general practitioners immediately. Immediately. Where do we get them? Because remember, you don't want every single person with every single ailment trying to go right to a specialist. You need a doctor that can coordinate their care. I love my doctor. I've been with my doctor now for 9 years. I don't fuck about with him. I don't even waste his time taking an appointment. Technically, I'm supposed to have an appointment before I get a referral. I have a couple of health conditions that get bad, they get better, they get bad, they get better. I'm supposed to have a doctor's appointment every time they get bad again. Why? Is my C2, C3 fusion suddenly different? So I messaged my doctor and I was like, yeah, I'm having problems with my C2, I'm having problems with my neck again. He's like, great, go get an x-ray. I'll put the x-ray order in, go get it today. Why make me wait 2, 3, 4 days? Because some policy says I'm supposed to have an appointment. I just did. I had a T-con. I had a telephone consultation. Hey, doc, I've got the same pain. Nothing's different. It's exactly the same way as it was before. All right, well, before we decide to send you to pain injection, occupational therapy, acupuncture, or for an MRI, let's get an x-ray done. 0.0% change. Great. Jay, what do you want to do? Let's try muscle relaxants for 3 days. Let's see if that loosens it up. I'll go get a massage, but I need muscle relaxants to free up the muscle. Okay. You know what, Doc? I don't think muscle relaxants are going to do it this time. Can we send me for a pain injection? Sure. Hey, Doc, I'd rather not have a needle in my spine. Can we try to do some trigger point injections to see if that helps? Yeah. But it took 9 years to get to that point with my doctor. Look at every other public service and how shitty they are. For example, I'm going to take a similar one so that people can see what happens when you add more and more people and how bad it gets. In Child Protective Services or Department of Children and Family Services, the caseworker is supposed to see the child weekly. A caseworker is not supposed to have more children on their caseload than they have. They are supposed to make face-to-face contact with every child on their caseload weekly. Most of them see every kid on their caseload every 3 months, if they're lucky. And a lot of times, they're not even getting a sit down with the kid. They see the kid at a court hearing, and I've watched them do it. They literally walk in and they've got these travel boxes, and they're like, oh shit. I literally have seen a caseworker say, oh shit, and be like, this kid is here. So they fucking whip out this book and they're flipping through the pages and they walk up to the kid and they're like, hey, I'm your caseworker. I need to have a couple of minutes with you. The kid had no idea that was their caseworker. The kid's scared as shit, going to a hearing, gonna be taken away from mom and dad. That is not the conducive environment for that caseworker to be doing an initial meeting with their, and here's the key word, their client. But how many more caseworkers would we need in America if every kid saw their caseworker once a week? I think it would make a lot more fucking sense if instead of having county-wide caseworkers, we had town-wide caseworkers. But they don't think like that. Because unfortunately, what comes in is the fucking sausage grinder keeps grinding and the next person in. When I was still doing these interviews, these domestic violence assessments, I was doing so many domestic violence assessments so quickly. Do you think I fucking emptied the queue at all? No. I was able, within 72 hours of being told about the person, I didn't give the fucking people the choice. For those of you that are new to my show, I used to be an intimate partner violence prevention evaluator. And what I did was I interviewed the person without knowing anything specific about them. I interviewed them and I tried to figure out if they're a victim or a perpetrator. If they're a perpetrator, will they or will they not benefit from the class? And if they would benefit from the class, do they need the 26-week version of the class or the 52-week version of the class? In 1 week, I cleared out like 14. I was thinking the next week it would get lighter. No, the state's attorney filled the slots and added like 7 more on. And I said, wait a minute. If we can only absorb so many clients at a time, and we already have this many clients, why are we doing this many evaluations? Well, because we'll just have to add on more classes if necessary. What? But that's, everybody wants their piece of it. Look, I think if you're sick, you should be able to get health care. I don't want socialist medicine. I don't want socialist medicine. I have socialist medicine. I have it. I have European healthcare. There's a reason. If I want to just pose a question to people, my European brethren, if you're here, I have whatever that shit is called that allows me to see doctors at no cost to me. Mine's specifically Irish. Ireland. You know, that fucking unknown trove of amazing medical care. I could stay in America and I can go through the government system, because that's what I have. I have TRICARE. Or I could go to Ireland. My challenge for all the people like Bernie Sanders who say, we need to do it like Ireland does it. We need to do it like Denmark does it. We need to do it like England does it. Why the fuck is there somebody who's telling you I have both and I choose to go through the American system? The only thing that Irish medical system has done for me lately is when one of my drugs was no longer covered by TRICARE, I contacted the consulate and I said, I'm going to need this drug. Is there anything we can do? And they said, we can't ship it to you because you could potentially sell it, but you can come here and we'll have it for you. And then you can take it. Like you'll just make an appointment. You'll come in and then the medical staff at the consulate will watch you administer the drug to yourself. Well, luckily I got it to be paid for, but otherwise I wasn't going to have $500 a month to extra to pay for a shot. Well, I'm sorry, $500 a week extra to pay for a shot. I wasn't going to have that. I didn't have an extra $2,000 a month, $24,000 a year to pay for a shot. A shot, by the way, made in Ireland. That's $8 to the Irish people. Wouldn't the American system be better because not everyone can use it if you had the choice? Yeah. Yeah, they have to watch me administer the drug to make sure I'm giving it to myself. Plus the fact I'm giving myself a drug in their consulate. But the American system is better for this reason. Do you want it right? Do you want it fast? Or do you want it cheap? Well, in America, it's right and fast, but it's not cheap. Hold on, because I'm gonna get to something that a lot of people aren't telling the truth about. If you go to Canada, right, it's fast and cheap. If you go to Europe, it's right and cheap. You only get two. Now, you said a very important question. You said, but if you're a person in America, the system is not better if you can't use it. Did you know that there's only about 14 million Americans who fall through the cracks, who don't have medical care, and they can't get medical care? 4%. That's it. You got the poor people down here, and they get Medicaid, right? You have the working poor, about 4% of them right here can't get it. You got another 4% that can get it and choose not to. If these people get saddled with a bunch of fucking debt because they choose not to get insurance, then fuck them. The rest of the country has insurance. Now, I understand what people are going to hit me with. They're going to hit me with the idea that I have insurance, but it's not good insurance. And I 100% agree with you. But you voted for it. Yeah, you did get your appendix surgery within less than 24 hours, but that was an emergency situation. Right. Even in America, they do some stupid shit. My wife had to have her sutures removed today. She gets to the clinic. They don't have power. Now, when I say the clinic, this is a doctor's office that is conjoined to the hospital. Are you telling me that if one of their buildings doesn't have power, they can't reroute people to a room at the hospital? My wife's suture should have come out on Friday. The doctor didn't want to work on Halloween. So her suture removal got moved to today, and now they don't have power. At first they said, we can't check you in. I have to talk to my wife to figure out how they got around that, because my first response was going to be, that's what pen and paper is for, dumbass. You telling me you can't check people in because we've moved to all electronic records, but you don't have the fucking form to fill out when you don't have power or the computer's down? Yeah, but a suture removal I have to do with power. So my wife said to him, she texted me, and I said, look, you tell him one way or another, those sutures are coming out. Not every clinic has backup generators. Should they? Yes, they should. Do they? No, they do not. So they took them out by lantern. Guys, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since my last actual medical refresher. My wife was a med tech, an ICU tech. Lantern, light, like electronic lantern. Not flashlight. The lights that you carry, that you sit and they radiate light. If there's a different English word for it, I don't know it. But my wife could have walked me through taking out her sutures and steri stripping her hand. And you're telling me you can't do it by emergency lighting? But you're telling me that you're a fucking $1 billion hospital network and you don't have a plan for when one of your satellite offices doesn't have fucking power? It's bright outside, motherfuckers. You don't have a room with a window? How the fuck do you think old-fashioned doctors did it? Like, what the fuck? Why? When did America get so fucking stupid? When did we can't have school today because the school doesn't have power? Well, I don't know, man, but every fucking classroom I ever had as a kid had a whole fucking bay of floor-to-ceiling windows or mid-waist to ceiling windows, so that if there was no fucking power, we opened up all the blinds and we kept fucking learning. This is what's wrong with America. The smallest inconvenience gets into people's way. Yeah, go fucking outside and learn something from that. That's what I did the one day. I'm teaching, the building has no power. And I said, everybody pick up your books. We went out, we sat on the fucking bleachers. My department head comes out, what are you doing? I'm teaching. You can't take the kids out of the school. I didn't take the kids off the fucking school property. You can't take the kids out of the classroom. But I let them go to the bathroom. I take them to fucking assemblies. It's this fucking bullshit. What, you're mad that a fucking first-year teacher looked at a situation and said, I can't afford to have a down day in fourth period because I've already taught first, second, and third this material? My door is right there to go outside. I had a 3-minute disruption in class, and then I'm up there. I was like, okay, guys, I don't have a chalkboard. You're going to pretend like I'm writing this shit. I will give you all a copy. I will give every class period a copy of my notes today. So let's just fucking learn. Let's just fucking bullshit. Let's do this. Let's learn. The problem is you can't fucking teach anybody anymore. They don't want to fucking learn. Like, you notice, got a guy talking shit about me in private messages to people, but when he gets called out, he don't want to say shit because he's a fucking coward. He's an intellectual coward. Then get the fuck out of the country. Did you just say the country? Yes, motherfucker. If that is how you are on Twitch, that is how you are. Pack up your shit and go act that way somewhere else. I'm sorry. The people that are fucking interfering with ICE, removing illegal aliens. I get it. I understand. You don't like the way they're being treated. I get it. I don't like the way they're being treated either. But imagine if all of a sudden 12 million to 25 million people were no longer in the country? Boom. Just gone. You asked how much does it cost to have a baby in America? About $16,000 for a standard birth. About $29,000 for a cesarean section. And then, of course, that's the birth. That's not the post-care. I might need to explain country. He didn't seem to know what a continent was. Go to Canada. Head north until you smell maple syrup, or you get hit by a hockey puck, or somebody commits a war crime against you. Shut up, Pat. I don't want to hear your opinion. Is that why home births are so common in the US? No, because home births are still gonna cost you a lot of money. I mean, a home birth is going to cost you between $4,000 and $7,000. But remember, unless your insurance company approves your home birth, they ain't paying shit of it. Like, when you have, like, yeah, people need to not treat every setback as a hard stop. Wolfagard, to give you the honest statement, my wife went to the hospital on a Friday afternoon, and then I got an emergency phone call in the military. It's when they route a call to you in the middle of a meeting, it's because shit has gone sideways with your dependent. Like, they don't route the calls into the meeting. So when the phone rings and they're like, Lieutenant, and I'm like, yeah, they're like, there's an emergency. You need to step out. Step out. What's up? I'm at the hospital. I'm on my way. Went in, told my assistant, I was like, I'm gone. I'm out of pocket. You've got the ball. Drove to the hospital. There's my kids with my wife. She's being admitted. My wife was admitted for 2 days, got pumped full of more drugs. You would have thought that she was like Michael Phelps before an Olympic meet. My child was born, went to the NICU. They had flown in a pediatric cardiac surgeon from Boston because my daughter had a hole in her heart when she was born. All in all, Gizmo's hospital stay from her arrival onto the planet until 28 days in the NICU and 14 days in the special needs nursery was well over $1 million. $1 million fucking dollars. They sent me the bill. I damn near had a fucking heart attack. I damn near met 4 cardiologists of my own that day. I called TRICARE and I was like, they're like, oh, that bill's not supposed to come to you, but we do need your daughter's DOD ID number. I was like, you guys won't give me the paperwork I need, or you guys wouldn't give me the paperwork I needed because I need to take certain paperwork to Deers to get her added. You guys wouldn't give me that paperwork because it's that transition period. And they're like, oh, that's our fault. We'll take care of it. So I had to just take her birth certificate and her social security card up to the base, and then it got taken care of. Oh, Faye, you have to understand, that's Canada. I thought that was weird too, and based on your cultural heritage, I know where you're going with that. That's Canada. That's I didn't believe that at first. I thought Wolfagard was yanking my chain. I looked that shit up. During a cesarean in Canada, they offered to do a hysterectomy. Yeah, in Canada, I swear to God, it's the weirdest shit. It's standard practice. If you have a box checked, they'll just say, well, while we've got you open, should we do it now? I couldn't believe it was standard practice. It's standard practice. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it's their standard practice. Weird as shit. Weird as shit. Trump's National Guard deployments aren't random. They were planned years ago. I wrote this up for the moment. Did you know that right now, Donald Trump can operate with pretty much impunity? Judges can't stop what Donald Trump is doing. All they can do is block it. But he can always try another way. The House can't impeach Donald Trump right now because Mike Johnson won't bring the House back into a normal daily session. The House can't call themselves into a session because even if they do, Mike Johnson can just, even if every Democrat showed up to work today, that's not a quorum. The Democrats can't quorum the House. So every Democrat could go to Capitol Hill, sit in that representative chamber, and then the Republican charged for the day with bringing the session into order would just say, I'm attempting to bring the session into order. We don't have a quorum. By a visual look, we don't have a quorum. I'm gaveling us recessed for 3 days. There's nothing anybody can do to stop that practice. There will only be one day that the Democrats could even attempt to do something, and that would be on January 3rd. Mike Johnson has to call. Well, let me take that back. Mike Johnson doesn't have anything to do with Congress going into session on January 3rd. The House of Representatives will automatically go into session on the 3rd of January. And the problem with this is he could just adjourn them for 3 days. He also doesn't have to bring anything to a vote. Our government is so fucked, right? Our government is absolutely so fucked. Because the more I look into the process, the Senate could, in theory, give the House permission to stay recessed indefinitely. The Senate gives the House permission to recess indefinitely. The House gives the Senate permission to do it. What is wrong with our country? We have fucking issues that are like, we're doomed. We're fucking doomed.
This is the reason.
Let's see. Oh, another part of the housing market. I didn't talk about this. I forgot I had this video pulled up. I hope Karthos isn't here because he'll get mad at me. I've been against Airbnbs for a long time. I've been against Airbnbs because Airbnbs contribute to the problem of housing. Airbnbs contribute to the problem of housing in this way. You own a house, you live there. You own a second house, you rent it out for a week, 2 weeks at a time, means somebody else can't live there. You have an apartment in the city that you're ghosting as an Airbnb. Means nobody else can rent it and make it their home. I have a problem with that because what it's doing is it's putting stress on the system. There are places I know, Orlando is a great example of this. Orlando has hundreds of hotels. In fact, let's see if we can get let's see if we can get an actual answer. There are more than 480 hotels and resorts in Orlando. No, most apartment leases don't actually prevent that. You got to remember, Jail, most apartment leases are written by people, are written by average, ordinary men and women who don't even know how to properly write apartment leases. When I had apartments, I had people constantly asking me if they could get a copy of my lease to model it, because I actually did the thing where I had a lawyer write up the main lease on the multi-units where you just have an apartment, and then I had a lawyer write up the lease on the houses, the single-family dwellings. And the reason why I did that is because I don't want a one-size-fits-none lease. A lot of companies have these leases that are illegal. Like, where they say, you owe the entire month's rent if you break your lease early. Then why would I break my lease early? Why would I want to help you out if you're not going to give me prorate for the month? Like, for example, when I rented my house, and I knew I wanted to live in my house from November to November, because I thought I could get my house in Chicago sold in the 1 year interim. Well, when I signed the paperwork, she had all the dates wrong. And so I just took a Sharpie and I lined out all of her dates. And I changed the dates in Sharpie, and then I initialed, and then I said, hey, you have to initial on these dates, and she did. And so I had a copy, she had a copy, and I left. A year later, when I moved out, she was like, well, we're gonna bill you for December. The fuck you are? And she's like, what? I said, I paid prorate in November. My lease started on 1 December to 30 November of the following year. She's like, well, that's what I don't have that in the system. I said, I don't give a fuck what you have in the system. I have paperwork. This is what I signed. And this woman literally said to me, what you signed doesn't matter. It's what the computer says. I said, well, good luck with that in court, but I won't be here. I won't be here in November. Oh, I'm sorry, I won't be here in December. I bought a place. I'm not going to be here. So I moved out 2 days before Thanksgiving. Had to stay in billeting because my house didn't have a functional furnace. And then the week after Thanksgiving, I had the cleaners go in and clean the place. I knew that they were going to do some shit. So I took all the money out of the checking account that I had linked to my my rent. I just took all the money out of it, and I told the bank what was going on. And I said, yeah, I took all the money out of my account. I need to make sure that the transaction that you've seen happen 12 times is blocked. Once you tell me that that transaction is blocked and that place can't auto withdraw from me, I'll put my money back in the account. They said, yeah, no problem. We'll block that transaction. So they tried to pull rent for December. Then they contacted the base because I hadn't paid my rent, which they can do. They legally can do. And I was like, you don't even have a fucking contract with me for the 1st of December. Of course, when they brought up they brought in their computer records, I was like, does any of that have my signature on it? So these rental companies, they think that they can just say shit. If your rental company bills you for the whole month of November, but they put somebody in the unit on the 15th, they owe you the 15th to the 30th prorate back. They can't double dip. A lot of them don't know that. A lot of them don't know, like I tell landlords this all the time and they get confused. Now, this is my state. This is Illinois. I don't know about every state. If you collect a security deposit and you call it a security deposit, that security deposit has to be put into a escrow account with the tenants as the beneficiaries upon death of you as the title holder. That's why I don't do the shit in my name. I do the shit in a company's name because the company can't die. A lot of landlords don't know they have to open up an independent escrow account for every tenant when they're doing it out of their own name. They also don't realize if you collect interest on that escrow account, that's not your interest. That's their interest. A lot of landlords don't know that you can't just keep carte blanche the whole security deposit. A lot of them try to. Now, a lot of them try to do this bullshit where they say $75 an hour for flipping. What's the labor rate in the contract? What's the maintenance labor rate? If the maintenance labor rate is $25 an hour, you can't start charging $75 an hour. You're not supposed to use the security deposit to pay for the wear and tear. But people do it. And then they get sued and they lose their ass. What I'm talking about with Airbnbs is Airbnbs aren't cheaper. Airbnbs aren't worth it. They're not worth it by a long shot.
Are we seeing the downfall of Airbnb? Our cabin that has been booked in the Smoky Mountains from about 85 to 95% occupancy year round is just not occupied at all. Our prices right now for 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom cabin overlooking the Smoky Mountains is less than a hotel. And I have to beg people to come to my cabin right now. Like you guys have seen me, I've been hustling, posting videos for January and February. We had 3 stays in January and there is only 1 stay coming up here in February. And then our next stay is not till March 10th. I've had plenty of you reach out to me by DM and receive a quote, knowing it's our lowest prices of the season, but I am getting no bites. And I'm legitimately asking, why? What is going on? What am I missing here? And in our cabin in particular, we have prided ourselves, is that a word? In the last 4 years, we have not gotten lower than $100,000 in gross income rental fees. Our competitors with 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom cabins, between 60 and 70 gross.
Alright then, I still think you're missing a very obvious point. It could be the lowest price in the area, lower than all the other Airbnbs and the hotels, but if you took a look, it was still $200 a night, and I'm assuming without all the fees. So maybe you're looking at around $250 per day, but still, let's say $200 even. That's a lot of money right now that people do not have. Everything is getting more expensive and people are having to tighten up their wallets, so most people can't swing a long weekend at the Smoky Mountains for $200 a day. Here's the problem, cost. I just priced out your cabin and the nightly rate was low, but I added in the cleaning fee, taxes, and Airbnb service fee. It was over $600. Hotels nearby were as low as $86. There you go. Guess you didn't price out everybody else in the market. After your fees for a weekend in February, it's $1,500 for 3 nights, $500 a day. A few miles away, a Hilton Garden Inn that sleeps 4 is $150 a night and includes breakfast and late checkout. I'm not leaving at 10. Now I know they're probably going to argue that they're in the Smoky Mountains and the views are going to be super nice, but if people are still going on vacation right now, they're going to cut costs as much as they can. And I'm not the only one thinking this way. There's other creators who have replied to this video.
Okay, so that's a big one we have.
Are we
right
seeing
now.
the downfall?
Airbnb is got its charms, right? Airbnb has a lot of charms. One of the biggest charms of Airbnb is that it's like a Vrbo. You're not sharing the everything is yours. Except the people who Airbnb you part of their house, but they're still there. Hi, do you want to be seen? This is Mittens. You're such a rude boy. Let him see you. Let him see you. A lot of people want to stay in an Airbnb, and I respect that. Right? I respect that. Airbnbs are really good for, say, you've got an extended family that's going to Disney. There are some Disney Airbnbs that are like $1,200 a night, but they're good enough to have mom, dad, the adult kids, the grandkids. I've seen Disney Airbnbs for $1,500 a night that can sleep 10 people. Well, that's good, because you would be paying like anywhere between $200 and $900 a night for a Disney resort, and most of those rooms cap at $5. Now, if you're military, retiree, or disabled vet, shades of green. That's where I'm staying next year. I'm going to Disney again, because it makes me happy. There are even some private rental companies that are probably underpricing those people by not having Airbnb fees. Well, you're right, but you also have to remember, and I get it, right? I understand. I know people that clean their own Airbnbs. They do the cleaning after every guest because they don't worry about having a Monday checkout and a Monday check-in. So they do the cleaning. I'll tell you right now, I have friends that clean for Airbnb houses, and they make a couple of $100 for every house they do. Because people are dirty, nasty, disgusting. Hold on, I gotta make sure I didn't fuck something up. That's what the little guy wanted. The little guy didn't want me. He wanted the food. I only put kibble down in here every couple of days. They've got more than enough kibble all over the house. I put a special kind of kibble down in here so that they can keep some weight on. We have one cat getting a little light. As someone who goes to Disney often, you have the opinion on them cutting back on the villains. They're not cutting back on the villains at Disney World. They're cutting back on the villains at Disneyland. They're not cutting back on them at Disney World. In fact, at Disney World at Hollywood Studios, they just opened up the villain show. But we're living in a recession economy, and I don't think people realize it yet. I don't think people are I don't think people are recognizing where we're at in the economy at the moment. Universal Studios, $900, $1,000, $1,100 a night for their top-end resort. My whole stay next year at Disney for 8 nights is $2,000 because I'm staying at Shades of Green. I'm staying at the military complex. Yeah, people haven't internalized how bad the country is monetarily. I went out yesterday and I went to Dollar General because I'm not going to spend $3 or $4 more. I love to support local business when I can. But if I can buy it at Dollar General or I can buy it at the local market, I'm sorry, I got to buy it at Dollar General. Went to Dollar General, bought what I needed, went to the market, bought what I needed, spent $160 yesterday on groceries. But unfortunately, I didn't really get much. And I know people are like, what do you mean you didn't get much? I got a lot of things that I need to supplement and augment meals. I didn't get a lot of meals. I got 2 salads. And of course, salads are always expensive. Eating healthy is always expensive. The boat I'm in right now is I'm trying to lose weight. I'm trying to get my sugar down. The more I get my sugar down, the better my hands are. I'm trying to run on protein and not sugar, which today is actually working. Yesterday was almost all protein. But yeah, the cost of food is bad. The cost of stuff you need to make the food is bad. I mean, I didn't really get much. I got pickles, I got carrots, I got celery, I got peppers, some chips, a couple of meals for my kid. I got ground beef to make tacos yesterday, tortillas, cheese. Between the 2 places, it was $160. So Universal thinks people are at a position where they're going to spend $900 a night. But then here's where the rub comes in. those people that cry poor mouth, right? The people that are crying poor mouth about how bad it is are the ones that are wasting the money. Like, are things bad? Yes. Yes, things are bad. Things are bad. Yeah, people will still spend the money. Now, I'll spend the money because, in my case, I don't know how many years I have left. Like, reality kind of set in for me this morning. My little cousin is living in purgatory hell right now. Her dad's in the hospice. He's dying. Her mom fell, broke her femur and her shoulder. She lives in Arizona. My little cousin lives in North Carolina. Lady's 83 years old. What are you gonna, or 81 years old? What are you gonna do? She's got to go to an assisted living facility. Who takes care of the house? Who takes care of the shit? I think there's an awful lot of people that don't plan for that oh shit moment. Like, when are you gonna recognize the oh shit reality of what's going on? The problem is too many people have been living paycheck to paycheck, so these oh shit moments are putting them under. You're right, and you know, now that I'm out there, a lot of it is people don't have any choice but to live paycheck to paycheck. Like, I have a friend works in a job where they can't be there sick. She can't go to work sick. She can't afford to be sick. She missed 6 days and 72 hours of work. Because they work 7/12s on, 7/12s off. She's hoping that on the week off, she can pick up some coverage hours, but then look at that process. So this is such a rough life. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days on, and then you're off for 7 days. And then you're back on for 12s. This is a shitty life. Okay? This sucks balls. This is the worst of the rotational schedules that are out there. I wouldn't want to do this shit. I would, if I worked there, I would be advocating for 4-3-3-4. But now on the week off, she's got to try to pick up 2 or 3 days to try to bridge the income gap. But then she goes right back into a week of 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. And unfortunately, it doesn't take... What about 4872? No, the 4872 doesn't work for this type of job. 4872 is where you're on for 2 straight days, but that's usually like firefighter, paramedic, where you're not awake, you sleep at work. Like 2 days on, 3 days off. That, like, I think my son-in-law is on that right now. And that just takes a fucking toll on you because, well, yeah, it's 84 hours over 2 weeks, but then that's 40 hours a week. That's a normal job. You're just contracting it into 1 week. So it's good because you get 2 weeks of the month off. It's also good because you always get 4 hours of overtime. It's bad because when when life kicks you in the teeth on your on week, you lose all those hours. To make up those hours, you then have to work in your down week and go right back into another week. I think we're living in a world right now where I get that people say everybody should get medical time off. Yeah, Jail, here's the problem. You're saying I would rather. Your rather isn't an option. Your option are work this 7-on, 7-off shift or don't work at all. That's the problem. It's not a matter of, like, I think the people that decided to do 7-on, 7-off are dumb. I think if you need the coverage to be like that, then you should be on, off. Oh, on. 4, 3. Three. 4. Right? And then the other people, like, you work this for 2 weeks and then you switch. You do 4-3-3-4 and then you do 3-4-4-3 so the other people get the weekends. But unfortunately, a job is a job right now. I loved the job I had that was first 40. I had a job that there was so much work to do. I went in, I worked about a 14-hour day, a 14-hour day, a 12-hour day, and then I was like, well, fuck off. I'll see you in 4 days. Number one, I like going into the job less days because I travel less days. Number two, once I'm already there, working an extra 2 or 3 or 4 hours isn't that big of a deal. Like, I'm already here. I'm in the middle of something. I've already torn down the piece of equipment. Let me finish it, get it put back in. Let me do the electronic safety test on it. If it passes, I can put it on the shelf. Somebody else can double check it, certified it goes back in. I'm the type of person, I don't want to leave 8 hours into troubleshooting something to then come back the next day and be like, where the fuck was I? Because then I only have 5 or 6 hours on the work ticket until I go into overage outside of tolerance for how much time is allotted for this particular repair. When I redid the dental clinic one year, what I said to the lead dentist was, you can either have multiple rooms down a day and your schedule be interrupted based on our rotation, or if you give me one person at night, you tell me you're done working at 4 at night, your last patient's out the door at 5, we'll walk in the door at 5 and we'll work through the night until we get X number of rooms done, and we will never leave a room half finished. Your rooms will either be, you'll have to do the extra checkout in the morning because it's been a refurbished room, or it'll be your normal. You'll never have a room that you get told is out of service for the day. The lead dentist was like, the commander of the dental squadron was like, that's what I want. So we went in at 5 o'clock at night, and some days we went home at 2 in the morning. And I told the dental person, I said, technically you worked a 7-hour shift today. Make sure you report it with your supervisor, but tomorrow you may work a 12-hour shift. On Friday night, when we're going into Saturday, you may work a 16-hour shift. I just need somebody here. It was great. It was perfect. The guy wrote me a great letter of recommendation. He was like a letter of recognition. He wrote me a letter of recognition. He's like, he looked at the situation and he adapted accordingly. But people don't want to work hard. Not everybody. But people want to have a $50 an hour income with a $3 an hour attitude. Let's talk about Harry. No, let's talk about Sedan. Let's talk about Sudan.
This is everything you need to know about what's going on in Sudan in less than 5 minutes. If you didn't know, Sudan is going through a humanitarian crisis that really can't even be put into words. It is beyond comprehension the atrocities taking place. You can feel free to type Sudan crisis in the search bar and see for yourself. But I'm warning you, what you will see can never be unseen. It is that bad. So what's going on and how did it all start? Right now, Sudan is effectively out of control. The man officially in charge, the commander of the Sudanese armed forces and the de facto head of state is Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and he is currently fighting for control of Sudan against Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, commonly referred to as Hemedti. Hemedti is the commander of a paramilitary organization called the Rapid Support Forces. So you have two commanders, two militaries fighting for control of Sudan, and the amount of civilian suffering is unreal. So how do we get here? The first thing that you have to understand is that Sudan has never really had a legitimate democracy. Throughout its history, it has been a constant cycle of coups and revolutions, overthrowing dictators and taking power by force. So this current battle for power is sadly pretty much the way leaders have always risen to power in Sudan. Now, prior to the current regime, the president of Sudan was a man named Omar al-Bashir. He was a general in the Sudanese armed forces before leading them in a coup to successfully overthrow the president at that time. Bashir ruled Sudan for 30 years until 2019, when he himself was overthrown by a military coup led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, a general in the Sudanese armed forces. So you can see how this cycle works. This cycle of military generals coming into power through military coups. One thing I didn't mention is that Omar al-Bashir is Arab. And that's important because in Sudan, Arabs are considered the elite, while non-Arab Africans are considered second-class citizens. So now let's go back real quick so we can understand how the RSF came into the picture. Since 2003, there has been a civil war going on in Darfur. You have non-Arab Africans, freedom fighters fighting for equal rights, or domestic depending on whose narrative you want to listen to. These non-Arab Africans form militias to fight against the oppressive Bashir regime. So to crush this rebellion, Bashir armed and financed an Arab militia known as the Janjaweed. He gave the Janjaweed complete autonomy to eliminate the rebels. And they did so in the most brutal ways imaginable for the next 10 years. And by 2013, the country was completely collapsing. The economy was in ruins. South Sudan had broken away, forming their own country and taken most of the oil with them. And Bashir was wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and And if all that wasn't enough, he had the nagging suspicion that the SAF was going to turn on him. So to protect himself from falling victim to another military coup, he rebranded the Janjaweed as the Rapid Support Forces under the command of Hemedti, and he made them his official paramilitary force. That was the birth of the RSF. Their job was to crush rebellions and to protect Bashir from being overthrown by the SAF. The RSF quickly became better funded, better armed, and more loyal to Bashir than the Sudanese armed forces themselves. But the country only grew worse. Massacres continued. Darfur remained at war, and the economy continued to collapse. Until 2019, when the Sudanese armed forces led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan organized a military coup to overthrow Bashir. And guess what? The RSF made sure that they were successful. So yeah, he was in charge of two militaries and he was betrayed by both of them. That's how power works in Sudan. Yep. So after Bashir was ousted, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan became the de facto head of state and Hemedti became the deputy chairman. And they agreed to rule Sudan together until they could create a formal civilian government. And that arrangement lasted a whole 2 years. In 2021, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan led another coup, where he ousted Hemedti and completely took over control of Sudan. And that's how Sudan ended up where it is today. Two generals, two armies, and a nation suffering unimaginable human rights violations. But this is only a small portion of the story. I haven't even gotten into the politics behind it all yet. The gold, the oil, the water, how UAE supports the RSF, how Egypt supports the SAF, and how foreign nations like Russia and China play both sides. It gets really deep, but if you're interested, I can go into that in another.
So, what the hell is like every country? I probably think at least once a day about how lucky I am to not have to sleep and wake in places like that, right? Like, what things in America are bad. I'm not gonna bullshit around. I'm not going to bullshit around and say things are great, because things aren't great. On Friday, just as we were ending the show on Friday, a judge said, that the USDA had to use the money for SNAP that is set aside for contingency, despite the fact that the USDA said, well, we can't spend that money because technically nobody's entitled to money because there's no budget. Well, now the Trump administration will provide partial November food stamp benefits. It will provide partial food stamp benefits for November by tapping into the program's contingency fund. The USDA said that the agency will use $4.65 billion from the contingency fund to pay for the November benefits. The administration said it decided against pulling funds from other sources of money to provide full SNAP benefits. The program cost $9 billion for the month. The decision came after a federal judge in Rhode Island ordered the USDA last week to either start providing full November benefits or partial benefits if the agency opts to only draw on SNAP contingency funds. Well, this right here is a huge problem with our country. A federal judge in Rhode Island isn't the right authority to tell a department of the United States that they have to do something that they don't have money to do. Either provide full November benefits or partial benefits. Well, okay, so now you've spent $4.85 billion of the $6 billion contingency fund. Okay. So now next month, if the government shutdown doesn't get resolved, what are you going to do next month? Now you have less than $2 billion, and a federal judge, despite what a federal judge believes, a federal judge can't order an agency to spend money that they don't physically have. How can something have a contingency fund but also no money? That's like saying I have an emergency savings account of $0. No, let me explain. Let me explain, because the way the federal budget works is a little difficult to understand. So here's FY24, FY25, and FY26. And so the USDA has an emergency fund, and we're just talking SNAP here. This is just the SNAP budget. And they have a contingency fund of $1.2 billion here. And then they have all these expenditures. They get to 30 September. And what people believe happens is that the budget keeps trucking. It doesn't, because it can't. At this point, you'll notice that the budget changed colors because it's different fiscal year money. Now, what happens is at each midnight on September 30th going into October 1st, all the lines of accounting change. So let's say you had 1.2 billion. And in FY25, they said they're going to give you another $3 billion for your contingency fund, meaning you have 4.2. Well, where did the other 1.8 come from? Well, on 1 October of the previous year, you had an operating budget. And at the end of the year, you had 1.8 billion extra. So you go back to Congress and you say, Congress, we have this 1.8 billion. What do we do with it? And they say, oh, go ahead and add that to your contingency fund. Well, now you have 6 billion in your contingency fund. So what's the contingency fund for? Well, at the beginning of FY25, which was last October, they said, we're going to need 144. Hold on. We're going to need 144 billion to run this program. And Congress says, okay, we'll give you 144 billion. Now, you can't spend more than 144 billion. Well, what happens if a bunch of people suddenly become eligible for SNAP? Well, isn't it lucky that you have a contingency fund? If nobody on SNAP gets off and you add more people, you bridge the $6 billion gap with this contingency fund. Now, what happens here is we got to 1 October and we don't have a budget. And you still have a contingency fund of $6 billion. And the judge is saying, take this contingency fund and apply it to that. And what the USDA is saying is, this doesn't exist yet. This doesn't exist because right now there is no SNAP program. It wasn't signed into law. It was law until midnight on 30 September. And then on 1 October, the program no longer exists because the program is not funded. And a fundamental part of the US government is that if it's not funded, it doesn't exist. Now, well, what about the air traffic controllers? And what about TSA? They're not funded, but they exist. Well, they are funded. They're funded. But we can't write the check because we can't access the money because we need 4 signatures. The 4 signatures we need are the House, the Senate, the President, and then when all 3 of those signatures combine, they form a 4th signature called funded government. So when it comes to TSA, it comes to air traffic controllers, we know we're gonna pay you. We're just that guy in Monopoly with his hands in his pockets, and we say, we're gonna pay you, we just don't have any money. The military, we're gonna pay you because we entered into a contract with you 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, however many years ago we entered into a contract with you, we're gonna pay you, but we don't have the money. Now, why do I get my pension? Well, because my pension is a must pay. My pension doesn't operate on a fiscal year the way all these other things do. They can't decide to not pay my pension. They can't decide to just say, we're not going to pay you what we owe you. So that money, that fund gets paid regardless of if they want to pay it or not. Now, what could happen is they've promised us the 2.9% cost of living adjustment in January. I don't see the government shutdown going until January. But if it does, my pension won't go up by 2.9% in January because they've promised it. They just haven't passed it. So you have a contingency fund. Is it 2.8? I thought it was 2.9. It's 2.8. It's fucking bullshit. Inflation is ridiculous. Inflation is out of control, ridiculous, but we're only giving people 2.8%. Yeah, inflation on food last year was 3.1%. Inflation across all items was 3%. But food being the biggest one is 3%. But we're only going to give veterans and people on Social Security 2.8%. By the way, I know I said on Saturday I was going to work on a video yesterday. Salty Bread, are you here? I want to know if Salty is here. Because Salty is going to be proud of me. Salty Bread is here. I just need to see if he says something. Salty Bread is going to be so proud of me. I completely wrote my first... Salty, I wrote my first CK3 mod. And it works. I tested it and it works. It doesn't break anything. And it doesn't matter what Paradox does unless they change all of it. What it is, and you'll love it. Have you ever imprisoned somebody in CK3 and they have like 900 gold and you can only ransom them for 15 gold? It's called Seize. I give you your freedom. You give me all your gold. No more catching the Pope and ransoming the Pope for 100 gold when his papalness has 15 hundo. And the best part is I didn't program it into the negotiate release menu. I programmed it into the prison menu so that if you don't want to, yeah, it's called the King's Ransom for a reason, but I leave it up to you as the player whether or not you want to seize all of their gold. Like, say for example, you're sacking Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire has 4,000 gold in their treasury. Well, technically, I don't think the Emperor of Constantinople would have all 4,000 gold in his pocket. So the best part is because I chose to program it in a drop-down menu interface and not in a in the negotiate release. I didn't publish it to Steam yet. I've got a couple other things I need to do. I finished it late last night and it was working, but I need to check a few more things. And then I might publish it to Steam, or I might wait till they're done pushing out some changes I know they're doing, and then maybe put it out. But I want to maybe play with the idea of throttling so that you can't take, if a person has this rank, you can't take more than this much gold. The problem I ran into with that was, and it was late, it was always giving you their full amount of gold, but it was only taking money away from them. So I took out the gate. But yeah, I got a lot of respect for modders and programmers after last night doing that, because holy shit is some of that broken. But no, yeah, CK3, all modding is a pain. Like, I don't want to call out Paradox Interactive because they make a lot more files public. You've never looked into Crusader Kings 3 before? I don't know you. Who are you? Why are you here? CK3 is a grand strategy game. It's a 4X grand strategy. Their modder interface is Notepad. Write all that shit manually. There is a relationship meter. You could have a slider. You could let them out at a discount. It's neither JSON nor XML. It's literally, I'll tell you in 1 second. There's not modding you can do with the UI in game. There's console commands. It's Gemini. It used to be called the Paradox scripting language, and now it's called Jomini. They have a tool in game for modding. Yes, Stellaris is. Well, yeah, Salty, they have the debug console. No, they have the debug console in game. They have a debug console that you can do a lot of. Let me say it this way: you can't really mod the game from the console, but you can modify the playthrough. Like, if you want to give yourself gold, you can do that. If you want to kill somebody, you can do that. But I don't. Unless the person knows something I don't know. I don't know of like they have the Clausewitz scenario editor that they put out. But I'd have to know exactly what they're talking about. Because yeah, they have a very nice console command system where you can sometimes fix some things. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that's, yeah, I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about, yeah, okay. You're talking about when you need to make, yeah, it's for making the companion, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. You're talking about making the companion changes to the graphics that you need, for the bits and the bobs. Yeah. Not a lot of people change the graphics though, because, it seems like every time Paradox puts out a new expansion, they feel it necessary to change all of the menus and all of the fonts and all the sizing. It really pisses a lot of the modders off. It breaks a lot of mods unnecessarily. They also changed all of the formatting of all the effects. It used to be effect equals, and then now it's effect space. That pissed a lot of people off. Let's see.
This is everything you need.
Gonna talk about Harry. Everybody likes Harry because Harry likes to lie about politics.
I cannot believe what I just watched. Happy Halloween, kids, and remember, say thank you. Wow, I mean, what the fuck do we say at this point anymore? We just want healthcare. We just want healthcare. We want our fellow Americans to be fed.
Stop lying. You don't just want healthcare, and you don't just want Americans to be fed. But we've got to act outraged about JD Vance having fun on Halloween. You guys are pathetic. But let's go back to him and Democrats lying. He's telling you we just want healthcare. He's making it seem innocent and like they're just virtuous. That's all. They just want healthcare and they just want people to be able to eat. That's what they show you, but they don't tell you what's going on the back end. For starters, they want to make the Obamacare subsidies that were designed to be temporary aid during COVID, they want to now make that permanent. And that would cost $2 to $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
I think that's something that right there, they want to make the Affordable Care Act subsidies permanent, which would add $2 to $3 trillion in 10 years. And when people say, oh, $2 to $3 trillion for every American to have health care, that's not for every American to have health care. That's for a limited number of people who are on subsidies to get health care. And I'm not against the idea. Like, I want people to understand what I'm not against. I'm not against making healthcare available for people. For example, I'm not against the United States military being given money at their largest bases to build the hospitals in such a way that the hospital can be accessed by the general public, but then during certain force con protection levels, we can seal off the public access to the hospital, but the base personnel can still access it. And I have no problem with that. I figure if our military can send hospitals to ravaged disaster places, third world countries, allies, and we can send hospitals there to provide treatment, then we should be able to do the same thing for America. I'm not against the I want people to hear this very clearly. President Jalon is not against giving people health care. What I'm against is making big pharma and healthcare insurance companies rich by giving people health care. There should be no profit involved in treating the poor people that need health care. Poor person needs a broken bone set and cast. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Now, poor person comes in. I have the flu. Did you get a flu shot? No? Oh, well. You see, in order to take advantage of medicine, healthcare, you have to do all the preventative healthcare shit too. What else are the Democrats trying to squeeze through?
So they want to change those subsidies from crisis support into long-term entitlements. They also want to reverse work requirements for Medicaid and SNAP.
Okay. The work requirements for Medicaid and SNAP. Again, I am not against the idea of people who are receiving food stamps or free healthcare to have to work. But my question is, why are you making it a requirement for people to go get a job in order to get aid when some of those people can't get jobs because they can't work? So they get Social Security disability, but being on Social Security disability isn't an automatic qualifier for getting SNAP. Now, if you're on social, people are under this impression that when you're on Social Security disability, that you're raking in tens of thousands of dollars. You're not. You're not. Your Social Security disability is based on how much you contributed to Social Security. It's not like you're getting a massive amount of money and it's not your money. If you didn't work at all, you get the bottom category. Let me actually see if I can get the number. Now, the lowest amount that you can get is $100 a month. The lowest you can get is 100. If you never worked, never had a meaningful job, you got disabled, you were working cash, you weren't paying taxes, you get $100 a month. Congratulations, you get $100 a month. Then you get food stamps. Holy shit, man. Now, what people hear about is they say the average SSDI payment is about $1,500 a month. I want to remind you, those people worked for that money. Now, SSI, if a person was on SSDI getting $100 a month, then they would get another $943 per month. You're still only talking about $1,043 a month. But now you want them to go work. And this is where the stupid one step forward, two steps back cha-cha comes in. The person's disabled. And they had a shitty life. They didn't pay a lot, so they can only get this. And then with this, they'll get this. So they're getting this. But in order to get this, you want them to get a job. But as soon as they get a job, and they have a job for X number of months, they'll eventually lose this. But they go and they make $400. So now it looks good. Now they have $1,443. But because they earned this, you take away that, so now they're back down to this. Like, look, I understand. We've created this system here, and this system here, and this system here, and this system here, and this system here. And while they should all be links in a chain that support each other, this one's in conflict with this one, right? If you're on this one and this one, then you can't be on this one. It's why does everything have to be so fucking complicated? Like, for example, as a landlord, I will tell, as a former landlord, I will tell you there is so much scam when it comes to Section 8. There is so much scam with it. I'm dumbing this down intentionally. Because there's so much nuance. I'm dumbing this down. I've got 4 houses on the same block. And I'm charging $1,200 a month rent for each of my houses. And Section 8 comes along because I have a Section 8 applicant who wants to rent this house. And Section 8 tells me that I can charge them up to $400 a month and they'll give me up to $900 a month. Well, now I'm making $1,300 on this property. So now I have absolutely no reason to not raise the rents on my other 3 properties, even though they're not Section 8 people living in them. I have absolutely no reason to not raise my rent to $1,300 a month. But now, because the average rent has gone up, now I can charge them $450 a month and they'll give me $950 a month. And what does that do? It means now I'm getting $1,500 a month. Or I'm sorry, $1,400 a month on this property. Up, 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 up one more time. I cap at $1,500 and then they tell me no matter what happens at this point, you're at the maximum for this geographical zip code, SES, all these other. You've literally, by giving somebody Section 8 over the span of 2 years or 4 years, and I did the numbers clean, not counting standard inflation, cost of living, property taxes, all that other shit. But because Social Security, or I'm sorry, Section 8 goes in and says, that place is worth this, and it's more than I'm charging, shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't Section 8 come to me as the landlord and say, what's the rent on that place? And they say the rent on that place is $1,200. So instead of Section 8 saying, well, we'll give you 9 and the person can give you up to 4, they should say, okay, they tell the person to pay 4 and then they send $800 on your behalf. Wouldn't that just make more fucking sense for Section 8 to ask me as the landlord, what's the rent on the place? Now, why do some landlords not want to deal with Section 8? Because the inverse is true as well. What happens is, I have the rent set at $1,200. Section 8 comes in and says, well, you can only charge them $400 a month in rent, and we're only going to give you $700. And so now they've made a fucking determination the rent on your place is too high. Okay, well, by what standard did you make this determination? And if that's the determination, shouldn't we have a regulatory body that says you're charging too much for the property? You have a nice house. House is worth $300,000. Does anybody know what the rent on a $300,000 house should be monthly? Somewhere along the line, we created this bullshit that says rent on a place should be 1% of the value of the property. Okay. mortgage is going to be about $1,500 plus escrow, so maybe $2,250. Yeah, but it should be about 20. Well, hold on. Let me pop it into the mortgage calculator real quick. Let me pop it in real quick, and we're gonna do a scumbag landlord that's 100% completely financing everything. The landlord with his homeowner's insurance, his property taxes, everything. The landlord is looking at a total rent, a total mortgage of $21.22 a month. That includes property taxes per month. That includes homeowner's insurance. It doesn't include PMI. I assume he financed it through a commercial mortgage, not a residential mortgage, because he knew he was going to put a renter in there. So he may not have had PMI to put down, but he may have had some other collateral. But, right? So, what the fuck? Right? So, that's going to take him 30 years to pay off. Now, as I've said many times on this show, it's going to take him until November of 2055 to pay off. But if he takes all of that extra money, he takes all additional $878 a month that he gets, and he doesn't put any of his own cheddar on the line. He doesn't try to pay down the equity even faster. He's going to pay this off in July of 2039. And he will have only paid $148,000 in interest. As opposed to he paid it off naturally, he would have paid $368,000 in interest. And this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is where landlords make their money. Landlords don't give a shit about the fucking monthly rent. Everybody out there making the argument about rent, about monthly rent, it has nothing to fucking do about the monthly rent. It has the fuck to do with buying the piece of equity. You're getting that piece of equity 16 years faster by having a renter in that unit. That renter is going to be there for 3 years. And this is where I wanted to choke the living shit out of my daughter and her friends, because they gave a landlord $18,000 for 1 year in rent in a 3-bedroom apartment. And I was like, shit, man, that was a quarter of a fucking house you guys could have bought. You're going to be in that house at $3,000 a month for 36 months. You're going to pay off $108,000. You're going to give that landlord $108,000. Are you fucking stupid?
I cannot believe.
So this is not, don't get it twisted.
I cannot believe what I just watched. Happy Halloween, kids, and remember, say thank you. Wow, I mean, what the fuck do we could say at this point anymore? We just want healthcare. We just want healthcare. We want our fellow Americans to be fed.
Stop lying. You don't just want healthcare, and you don't just want Americans to be fed. We've got to act outraged about JD Vance having fun on Halloween. You guys are pathetic. But let's go back to him and Democrats lying. He's telling you we just want healthcare. He's making it seem innocent and like they're just virtuous. That's all. They just want healthcare, and they just want people to be able to eat. That's what they show you, but they don't tell you what's going on the back end. For starters, they want to make the Obamacare subsidies that were designed to be temporary aid during COVID, they want to now make that permanent. And that would cost $2 to $3 trillion over the next 10 years. So they want to change those subsidies from crisis support into long-term entitlements. They also want to reverse work requirements for Medicaid and SNAP. Oh, Harry didn't tell you this either. They want to restore federal funding for NPR and PBS.
Okay. Do I want to see NPR and PBS funded? Yes. I want to see NPR and PBS funded. Do I blame the Democrats if they're holding up passing the budget to reopen the government for NPR and PBS? Yes, I blame the Democrats on that one. That is not a crisis negotiation item. It is a when the government is funded and working item.
Oh, on top of that, they also want to block the White House from pausing or reviewing spending.
I believe that every commander-in-chief, every president, every vice president should get all of the powers of the Constitution. But given the fucking abysmal performance of Doge and the clear lack of understanding of redundancies in the government and why certain things get funded the way they do, because it's cheaper to fund them that way than it is to fund them the way you do in the business world. Not understanding why we give airlines the business we do, because in exchange, as part of the CRAFT program, they give us planes when we need them, and then we do city pairs flights when we need them. When you don't have a thorough understanding of a program, I do want somebody reviewing the spending, not Donald Trump.
And they want to undo about $1.5 trillion in cuts that Republicans recently got through with the Big Beautiful Bill.
The Republicans didn't get through $1.5 trillion in cuts. In fact, the Big Beautiful Bill runs at a $2 trillion deficit. So you didn't get $1.5 trillion in cuts. That's a disingenuous statement. You might have cut here to spend here.
They're quite literally trying to embed long-term policy into a short-term bill. So this is not, don't get it twisted, this isn't a shutdown negotiation, it's a Trojan horse. They're trying to use this crisis to bake their agenda into the structure of the federal government. And they want to make it hard for Republicans to reverse that. So what they do is they go out to the public and say, oh, we're virtuous. We just want everyone to have health care. We're fighting for your health care. But they don't tell you behind the scenes that they want to reissue funding for NPR and PBS. What does that have to do with healthcare? They don't tell you that they're trying to limit the presidential power over federal spending. So to make it...
Okay. President has one authority over federal spending. One. One and only one. Sign the budget or veto the budget. That is the president's authority over the federal spending. The president is not supposed to be going line by line. The president is supposed to task all the secretaries of all the departments to go line by line. But the president is not supposed to be not funding things that Congress funded. If Congress gives $50 million to Planned Parenthood through Health and Human Services, it is not the Secretary of Health and Human Services to say Planned Parenthood can't have that $50 million. Because it is the role of the Secretary of Health and Human Services when they present the budget. Can we answer the Groper question yet? Trump is old and senile. He ain't gonna last. What after him? Well, after him is J.D. Vance. If Trump dies in office, J.D. Vance becomes the heir apparent. As the incumbent vice president, J.D. Vance is the presumed frontrunner in the next primary.
Very simple. Here's what they're using the shutdown to do. Grow entitlements, expand federal dependency systems, restore ideological spending, shield bureaucracies, strip future presidents, including Trump, of spending control, and submit programs to where they can't be reversed later. They're trying to do all those things by holding the government hostage and not passing a clean continuing resolution. So no, they're not just fighting for your health care.
And that unfortunately is accurate. It's going to bite the Democrats in the ass. Let me take a quick break and then we'll talk about who's next in the Republican Party. Okay, so the big problem here is, what do we do after Trump? Vivek's platform, a lot of people got all excited about Vivek and his plan. His plan was weak. His plan was fucking terrible. The big problem here is that we have to ask ourselves the question of, do we want to continue with the fracturing of the Republican Party into the Republicans and make America great again? Because unfortunately, Nick Fuentes has no allies. Nick Fuentes, his ideology is rejected. Like, let me see if I can pull up his platform. Yeah. So the problem is, you do not want this to be how people identify you. You do not want the first thing said about you to be that you are a white nationalist, right? I'm not making overtures to sexist men. I am a sexist man. I don't know, man. I think when there's actually more women in the country than there are men, I don't think you want a comment to be, I am a sexist man. America, for what it's worth, was founded by white Christians. It wasn't founded by white Christians. It was founded by WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Well, Protestants are Christians. No, Protestants are a type of Christian. They're a type of Christian with a particular belief set. It was not founded by Judeo-Christians. It was, in fact, founded by Judeo-Christians. I am a Catholic. I am a Judeo-Christian. The reason all Catholics are Judeo-Christians. Why are we Judeo-Christians? Because we follow their book. We just don't follow their book with the same reverence as they follow their book. It was founded by white Christians. No, America was not founded by white Christians because the idea of white didn't exist yet. And white Christians are in the majority. Christianity is the religion of this nation, not Judaism, not the Talmud, not that stuff. It is what it is, and that's a fact. And you know what? If we're going to make America great again, we've got to talk about this anti-white thing going on. This is probably the first thing that I've heard him say. I will bite on that. If we want to restore America, we have to make America a Christian nation again. I don't know, guys. I think for as much as he's appealing to that side of me, I might have a problem with it. Too much is done in Jesus' name that Jesus would be incapable of. And you can understand why influential Jewish people in conservative media are not really gung-ho about that. They're not promoting white identity because most Jewish people aren't white. They're fucking Jewish because white isn't a fucking race. It's a fucking color on the palette. Don't get me started on Black Vikings. They're not promoting white identity. They're not promoting this. And I don't think they're thrilled about the idea of... they like the idea of Christianity. We're all Zionists and we're all giving money to Israel and this and that, but they're not really thrilled with just Christianity. They want it to be Judeo-Christianity. They want it to be this acknowledgement. And if we want America to be put first, if we want to do the right thing by God, I don't know that there can be a lot of compromise there. I'm just like Hitler. Wow, man. I'm just like Hitler. I'm pretty sure this guy's disqualified. We've got to talk about this anti-white thing that's going on. Who said this stuff? Nick Fuentes. I do want to talk about this anti-white thing that's going on. We've got to talk about this anti-white, anti-male bullshit that's going on. Look, if you can have, and remember, Morgan Freeman backs me up on this. If you can have Black History Month, when's White History Month? If you can have historically black colleges, where are the historically white colleges? If you can have the Black Lives Matter movement, why can't you have the All Lives Matter movement? If we don't stop being racist, and by the way, racism is racism. Affirmative action is racism. DEI is racism. I'm not against the idea of DEI at the best level. Why are we putting an extra $1 million into this school for them to have a new baseball stadium when this poor school in impoverished metropolitan area doesn't even have textbooks? If your school district has enough surplus money that you can afford to, and this is my school district I'm talking about, the State Board of Education should be looking at all the schools' budgets, and they could say, well, that's interesting, you're building $1 million baseball stadium. How much of that money is city money? How much of that is school money? How much of that is private donations? Oh, $900,000 of it is school money? We're taking that $900,000 back so we can give it to schools that don't have desks, chalk, dry erase markers, textbooks, that shit. Well, that was money allotted to us, and you have more than enough. Academics no longer means much to you. Somebody's going to say, well, if you take away kids' rights to play sports, a lot of them won't have futures. 99% of them don't have futures. What's your point? Over 1 million kids play high school football in this country. 1 million kids. Which automatically gets whittled down to 44,000 at the college level. Which automatically gets whittled down to about 170 of them in any year have a chance to get drafted or walk onto an NFL team. 1 million to 44,000 to 170. And yet we have school districts that put millions of dollars into their football programs. We've got to be on the right, dragging these people kicking and streaming into the future, into a truly reactionary party. It's incremental. We're not going to drag them all the way over, but if we can drag the furthest part of the right further to the right, and then we can drag the center further to the right, we can drag the left further to the right, then we're winning. Anybody wants this guy to be fucking president? We can't play this game of we disavow white supremacy. Notice how the claws come out. All these pussies, frankly, sorry for the language, but that's what it is. People like, who's this? Matt Walsh guy. Total fucking pussy. And he's like this. When a white person does a shooting, suddenly he's a big tough guy. Matt Walsh, Shabbos Goy race trader. If you don't know this, Walsh is an Irish last name. They come from exactly one place in Ireland. That's what it is, folks. I know some people that don't like to use that expression, but it's totally true. Throwing his own people under the bus. He hates white people. Nobody else talks like that about their own people except for white people, and it's gross. Keep on Twitter.com. You work for the Jews, you know it. You call us racist, white supremacists, Nazis, and bigots. You can disavow us on social media from your cushy campus reform job, but you will not replace us. The rootless transnational elite knows that a tidal wave of white identity is coming, and they know that once the word gets out, they will not be able to stop us. The fire rises. Does anybody want to take the torch on this guy asking if Nick Fuentes is next? Everything I've heard about him say, he's been totally unhinged. Even watching a full video, it was like shocking statement after another. Gotta wonder if he's just doing it for views. Invis, of course he's doing it for views. Of course. Let me ask you, do you think he could hold his own in a debate against me? Even if he had time to prepare the topics and I had to shoot from the hip. It's because he says I don't say things to get views because I'm not running a political campaign. I'm running a fuck you campaign. I'm running like the guy. You noticed earlier, folks, those of you that have been here since the top of that show, that piece of shit intellectual coward wants to start messaging people in my chat. But then when I call him out and I know he's still here, he runs away with an empty jockstrap. I don't care about being popular. I don't care about making money. I woke up this morning, I felt like shit. I felt like total garbage. I had to pull myself out of bed to do this. I don't need to do this. I have a whopping 9 subscribers on Twitch. I'm down from 17. I'm down from over 700 when I did Ashes of Creation. I don't live on this money. I don't give a shit. I'm going to Disney next year one way or another because I don't take any of this money. The only thing that changes is I don't produce another record next year. I mean, I'll be able to produce 1 or 2 from the Christmas music funds. I actually love my country. I love my country. I served my country. I did not have to go into the military after 9/11. I went into the military after 9/11. I had a job. I had a career. I gave up my career to serve my country because nobody in my family had served in 2 generations. And I said, you know what? Nobody in my family has served in 2 generations. Let me go and serve. My nephew followed me in. 20 years later, I'm getting out, he's getting in. I'm not saying everybody should serve their country. I'm saying people that are, if you've got a friend who's got a son or a daughter, they're like 16, 17 years old, they're kind of dumb, they don't have a future, they don't have opportunities, this is the right time. Right now is the right time for people to go into the military because Donald Trump doesn't want to send ground troops anywhere. This is one of the things I said. I never disagree 100% with somebody. I never agree 100% with. I don't even 100% agree with me. 2 weeks from now, I might be rewatching this broadcast and I might have read something and I might have said, well, your views have changed because you read something. If you have a kid, a niece, a nephew, grandkid, they're about 17 years old, send their ass to the military right the fuck now. Get that GI Bill. Send them Air Force. Get that GI Bill. College for free. Tuition assistance while they're on active duty. CLEP tests. Dante's. Job training. Now, if they're already college-bound material and they have scholarships, then don't take somebody else's spot. But if they're like, I don't know how I'm going to pay for all this shit, go to the fucking military. Free healthcare. Free education. I'm a Canadian and there's a lot of Fuentes and QAnon followers. My old landlord said all these conspiracy theories are true. NASA is full of demons and they drop mind control gas out of commercial airlines. I'll bite. Ask your landlord. Why are they dropping mind control gas and making everybody fucking stupid and riot? If they had the ability to drop mind control gas, why the fuck don't they make them all just fucking smoke weed and eat Cheetos? Give me 1 second. The rioters are all paid for by Biden. I hate this white nationalist label. They're not white nationalists. They're fucking card-carrying racist. Right. Here's the problem. I have to debate people that don't understand we're not a democracy. We are a democratically, we have a democratic election federal constitutional republic. You don't even have democracy when it comes to the election of the president. You have indirect election of the president and direct election of your senators and your representatives. And yet when I say that, people are like, well, a republic is a type of democracy. No, the fuck it's not. A republic is not a form of democracy. Read Plato's Republic. Actually, don't read Plato's Republic because Greek doesn't have possessives. Read the Republic of Plato. The Roman Republic was not a fucking democracy. I don't know why we have brainwashed people into believing that democracy is good. Democracy is fucking bad. Democracy at face value is bad. The country is 55% white, 13% black. The 55% of the whites could vote to kill the 13% of the blacks, and guess what? Welcome to the fucking flaw of democracy. That's the flaw of democracy. A republic is not a good form of government. We live in a republic. Look at what a poorly written constitutional republic has allowed. What is a poorly written constitutional republic allowed? Donald Trump. Right? Yes, Socrates was, I had to look up the year. He was condemned by an Athenian jury of corrupting the youth and impiety. I hate to say this, but Negan from The Walking Dead has a lot of really good points. In fact, let me show the clip because it's such an important point. This is such a important fucking clip that people don't recognize in government, right? People don't recognize this. People don't appreciate a dictator doesn't have to be a bad person.
Plan B?
People are a resource. Money on the table. People are the foundation of what we are building here.
People are the foundation of what we're building here. Right now, this country is about to break apart. Right now, this country, right? This country has 42 million people who were basically just pat on the head this morning by the Trump administration and said, we'll send you a little food. If you, the Three Musketeers. I want to know your political and ideological leanings. I thought the people were just cold and hungry. Well, then we could give them hot soup and be done with it. I'm not saying the government needs to save everybody from themselves. I'm saying the government needs to realize where shit is broken, right? and needs to start saying that's broken. Predatory lending on college loans. Let's just reduce the maximum amount of money that somebody can finance for college to $100,000, and let's hard cap it at 15%. Watch all the college tuitions come down to $100,000. If the most the government will give you to go to school is $100,000, you're not going to be able to be $250,000 in debt. But I want to ask the question: why do we have our why do we have a situation where somebody is allowed to take out $100,000 in fucking college loans to get a degree in philosophy? There's only one person I know on a personal level that has a degree in philosophy. That's Steven Sharif, the CEO of Intrepid Studios. He's got a degree in philosophy and religious studies. And we see how great his game design company is going. I think philosophical analysis is a great thing for people to take. I think that we need more of that shit at the lower levels. I'll give you a great one. I taught a course for the military called Ethics. Brand new second lieutenants within 2 weeks of arriving on station had to sit through my ass in 4 hours of ethics. Have you ever even been presented ethics? Have you been presented with ethics? Values? Philosophical analysis? Most people haven't. Instead, you're taught the Pythagorean fucking theorem in high school. We're still teaching critical thinking at high school by presenting algebra, geometry, algebra 2 with trig. That is what we consider in America critical thinking. But when I got to college, I took a class on critical thought. The class was critical American political thought. Yeah, you don't need to know what metaphysics is. That's why I said we need to go into philosophy, but we need to go deeper than that. Like, how many people don't understand the difference between morals and morality? How many of these people making these arguments can't differentiate between the two? Look, there is a different... You don't have to have religion to have morals. But we also have people that don't understand. I'm happy that you have a religion. Right? I'm happy that you have a religion. I really am. But your morality, I'm sorry, let me add another word there. Your religious morality does not apply to me. Your religious morality does not apply to me. For example, I've told you, as a Catholic, I get asked why I have a pagan symbol on my arm. My pastor understands why I do it. The commandment isn't worship no other gods. The commandment is worship no other gods before me. Nowhere does it say don't worship other gods. I've had a long conversation with my pastor. He says, your take on your morality is not what I would consider cafeteria Catholicism. Technically, you can't be a football fan and go to a football game on Sunday and be a Catholic. Because it could be argued that you are cheering a false idol. After church, you put on your Bears jersey, you go down to Soldier Field. The argument could be made that you're servicing two lords. When your team is 3rd and 9 in the fourth quarter, down by 3, there you are praying for a third down conversion. Morality doesn't have to be religious. Morality could be societal. Morals are your own beliefs. Wolfagar says, how many people do you think have a consistent moral framework beyond what feels good at the moment? No offense to most of you, because I don't know most of you, so I'm not taking a shot at you. I don't know you well enough to talk about this. I don't know any of you well enough to know whether or not you have a moral framework. The only person I can attest to in my community that I know has a moral framework is Karthos. Because we've had hours of discussion on things. We've had hours of discussion on things. I don't know if he's a good morality this and a good morality that. That's not my job to determine. I think he's a good American. I think he's a good American. I think he embodies the morality of America. Help those that need help. Don't help those that aren't willing to help themselves. Serve your community. Served as a firefighter. He served as a teacher, and then realized I tried serving and all society put in my way was roadblocks. Now I'm going to take care of myself because I can't fix the problem. Right? I think that's still good morality. Morality has little to do with religion, but a lot of people like to act it does. As a practicing Christian, I know plenty of Christians that would call questionable morals. Well, I'm going to call you out, Invis. You've just walked over 2 words. You've walked over 2 words there. You've said morality and morals. Morality and morals are not synonyms. And every Christian of a denomination has the same morality. I'll do Catholic because I'm a Catholic. I'm a Catholic. So I'll say, I mean, I'm a Christian as well, but there's Baptist, there's Protestant, there's Presbyterian, there's Methodist, there's, too many. As a Catholic, all Catholics share the same rule book. But my morals are different. Yeah, there you go. As a Catholic, Deus Vult, God wills it, bear the sword, is Catholic morality. My personal morals is I wouldn't have put Saracens to the sword because, again, that's one of those aspects of this is a thing of I understand the book says this, but it's not for me. I understand that Jesus would be incapable of such action, therefore I won't do it. But like people will say, oh, well, it's your morality that stops you from lying. No. Being truthful can be morality. Being truthful could be morality. The commandment says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Again, those are too many words, so we boiled it down to thou shalt not lie. That's not what the translation is. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. But I know people that are atheist who don't lie because they don't lie. I know people that are agnostic that don't lie because they don't lie. Everybody shares a common morality when they're in court. You tell the truth. Why? Because that framework isn't religious, it's societal. It's judicial. You lie in court, that's perjury. I think people forget that if you consider yourself part of a society, you bear the sins of that whole society. whether or not you agree with it. To liken this to video games, I always say this. In a video game, you have a personal reputation. In an MMO, you have a personal reputation. That's your morals. You have a guild tag. That's your morality. I disagree. A lot of people in the same denomination have very different morality frameworks despite claiming to be very religious. Let me help you out. No, they don't. If you are in a denomination, you don't have a morality framework because you don't get to set the morality framework. If you are a Baptist, then you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, suffered, died, and was buried. And because you believe that you are a fallible creature and Jesus died for your sins, you get to go to heaven as long as you continue to believe you are a fallible creature, you will sin, and you believe Jesus died for you. That is, in a nutshell, the Baptist morality. You can be a Baptist and say, I don't believe that, and then I'll look at you and say, then you're not a Baptist. Because you don't get to say, like, there's one person on the planet that gets to tell the Catholics what their morality is. One person. There is one person on the planet who gets to tell Catholics their morality. And that is the Pope. He is the vicar of Christ. That is it. Nobody else in the Catholic Church gets to decide our morality. Period. That is it. The Pope tells us our morality. The first sacred promise from Jesus to Peter. You are Petra, and on this rock I shall build my church. And whatever you bind on earth, I shall consider bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth, I shall consider loosed in heaven. That is it. No, there's one guy. The vicar of Christ. If you are a Catholic, you believe that the Pope has the fucking hotline to God. That's it. So when people say, well, my morality, if you're a Catholic, your religious morality is what Leo says. That's it. Your morals can be different. My morals are different. I disagree with the interpretation of some of the commandments. No, morality and religion aren't the same thing. Morality is a framework. You can have a religious morality, a societal morality, a cultural morality. There is a military morality. The military morality is simple. The Code of Conduct, the UCMJ. Religion is a type of morality. Yes, religion is a type of morality. It is not the only morality. It is a broad sense. It is a broad framework. That's it. You follow a framework. My morality in the military was the commander's desktop guide and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Those were my rule books for my morality. What's a lawful order? What's a more, like, I'll give you an example. There was a mom, there were two sergeants, one outranked the other, and the mom was always telling the other sergeant he had to work the night shift on exercises and contingencies because she had a kid. And he came to me with a valid complaint, and he said, hey, boss, she always puts me on nights because she has a kid and I don't, but I take classes at night. And I said, okay. So I called them both into my office and I said, this putting him on nights all the time because you have a kid and he doesn't, that's bullshit and that's over. We're done with that. And she's like, well, he doesn't have a kid. I said, in my very traditional military blunt questioning so that they could get to my point, no, you're a part of very many morality groups. Are you not a U.S. citizen? Because you're a U.S. citizen. And what I said to her was, did I issue you that kid? And she said, excuse me? I said, did I issue you that child? Faye got there at the same time. Was that kid standard issue? Did I issue you that kid out of supply? No. Then I didn't ask you to have that fucking kid. The military didn't give you that kid as an obligation. You have a family care plan. This individual is doing what he has to do to make rank. So, every other exercise, you will be flipping days and nights. She took it to the Military Equal Opportunity Office. They had a chair there reserved for me. I was there a lot because I'm not doing this shit where we make single people work nights during exercises because people have kids. Where's your spouse? Where's your spouse? And I didn't mind so much on exercises. I was a little bit more forgiving on exercises because I feel the military over exercises. But on contingency shit, hey man, this is real world, no shit. We don't leave. We're not pikers today. We're not leaving at, like, people are starting to leave at 6 o'clock. And I'm like, where the fuck are you going? And they're like, well, I have to pick up my kid. You see all the motherfucking airplanes that are waiting to load? Yeah. All that shit's got to load. Our day doesn't end until 4 more planes get loaded. Well, I have to get my kid. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Call your spouse. Call one of the other people authorized to pick that kid up. About 6 of them got together and they're like, we don't have any other alternatives. I said, fine, go get your kids, bring them back to the squadron. You 2 are cut to babysit. The other 4, do your fucking jobs. Of course, I'm back in MEO again. Like, look, motherfucker, I can't launch those planes without you. Your load planners, your cargo certifiers, your hazardous material certifiers. The one lady, the sergeant, said to me, well, I've already signed off on it. You can't sign off on it until you watch it fucking go on the plane the way you signed off on it. Then, of course, I was a lieutenant. She thought she knew better than me. She's like, well, that's not true. I did your job for 6 fucking years. Want to tell me I don't know my job? Because I know your job. Do you know my job? Like, look, 6 of you got kids. 2 of you are going to babysit. Yeah, now I got to write you up for signing off beforehand. Exactly. So now I got to put my fucking foot up your John Brown for doing shit against the book. You can have religious morality, but adhere to social morals. There are no such thing as social morals. Social morals are morality. Morals are you. The only person who has your morals is you. Your morals are individual and subjective. For example, I'll give you one. I'll give you a kind of fucked up one, but we'll work in the gray area. Fucked up. You're a Catholic, and you know, you're not supposed to have premarital sex. You're a Catholic. You know you're not supposed to have premarital sex. You were married. Your wife died, and you decided you're not going to get remarried. So you're fucking a stripper, but you're wearing a condom. Some Catholics, morality, shared framework, would judge you. They would judge you. They would say, you're breaking the framework. You're breaking the principles. Your morals say, I'm a man. I have urges. I have cravings, but I don't want to get remarried because I'm going to be committed to the memory of my wife. And that religious framework, I would just go with the famous, you know what? Only God can judge you. I think you are morals, not morality, morals. I think you have rationalized a very good argument for what you're doing. The pastor of my church would probably disagree. Some people use religion as the anti-abortion bludgeon. Okay. What side am I on? What side of what? I'm on the dark side. This ain't the east or the west side. No, it's not. It's not the north or the dark side. No, it's not. It is the dark side. Yes, it is. We got Death Star. What do you mean, what side am I on? It's a stupid fucking question. Here, you want to know what side I'm on? I'm in the yellow column. That's what side I'm on. That's what I believe. Because I believe the left and the right are so fucking convoluted. I believe the left and the right are so fucked up that I wrote my own stance and what I'd like to see in a party. Because I think both parties are wrong on every issue. Right? I think both parties are wrong on every issue because we've turned this into a, I think you're wrong. Okay, I think you're a fucking idiot. See, you see how easy that is? You see how we're not going to build any traction? You see how we're not going to build any traction? You come in and the first thing you say is, what side am I on? And then I say, 1v1 me. Okay, why would I 1v1 you? 1v1 you in what? Chess? Intellectual debate? Gunfight? Like what? What do you want me to 1v1 you in? I'll fill box you. I don't want you to fill my box. That's not, I don't swing that way, but if you like filling dudes' boxes, cool, man. I don't judge here. I don't like that flavor. If you like man ass versus female ass, that's okay. I don't judge, but that ain't me. That ain't my flavor. I don't swing that way. That ain't my jam. I'll full piece you. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. I'm having a hard time taking this seriously. You're gonna have to forgive me. You are going to have to forgive me, man. I think, I don't know. I'm guesstimating. I'm guesstimating. I'm having a very hard time taking that seriously. Like, no, I don't. And to go back all the way to the 80s, man, to go all the way back to the 80s, if I had a dog as ugly as you, I'd shave its ass and teach it to walk backwards. Real talk. This is the thing. We ask me what side I'm on. And then I say I think both sides are wrong. Did you just say that he would eat dog? Well, first of all, dog is tasty as shit. Second of all, how's that racist? Racist against dogs? That's speciesist. I don't know, man. I think we're in the same boat. He's Asian and there are stereotypes of that. He's Asian. That was you, motherfucker. What do you mean he's Asian? Oh, he's on two PCs. Watch this. You literally said he's Asian talking about yourself. There we go. No, it's the same person. He fucked up what account he was on. then the best part is they'll probably report me and they'll get themselves banned. Because that's even better. That makes me even fucking happier when that happens. But we're at the point where people are running around and their first question is, what side are you on? Side of what? Side of beef? Side of fries? What side are you on? I'm not on either. Nobody's on the left and nobody's on the right. And if you tell me you're on the left or you're on the right, then I'm going to tell you what all of your political views are and you don't get an opinion. Well, I get an opinion. No, the fuck you don't. And that's why it's called a platform. I support the left. Okay? Yeah, I'll take a side of chili cheese, shredded beef, loaded fries. When you say to me, right? When you say to me I'm on the left, then that means you want to tax the rich to fund public services. That means you want more money spent and more regulation in healthcare and education. It means you want strict gun control. It means you want open immigration policies. It means you support abortion. It means you support LGBTQ rights. It means you support public education, student loan relief, and inclusive curricula. And you're like, well, I don't agree with all that. Then you're not on the fucking left. Then why don't you talk about an issue and say, yeah, it's tribal thinking. Like, as you can see, I at least have the fucking decency and the integrity to put up what I think about things. Like, LGBTQ rights. Here's my view of LGBTQ. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are of the age of consent and two, consenting. Look, man, I don't care what ass you tap. I don't care. One person marries one person. That's it. But I want to marry a sex doll. No. I want to marry a dog. No, the dog can't consent. I'm going to marry a 12-year-old. This isn't Thailand. No. Period. No. Well, I don't think men should date men. Great. That's your morals. If you're a man and you don't think men should date men, don't date men. If you're a man, no offense, men, if you're a man and you've watched more than 5 minutes of lesbian porn in your life, you support gay marriage. You can't find it that revolting if you jerk your meat to lesbian porn. I hate those hypocritical, bigoted fucks. Look, the truth of the matter is, lesbian couples, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones. Straight couples, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones. Gay couples, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones. People are making this big deal about the gay couple that molested both their adopted sons. They're making this a big deal. You notice that it stopped right away when somebody put up the statistics and they said, yeah, it's interesting that you have this one isolated incident, but let's not talk about the like tens of thousands of boys that are molested by their biological father. Oh, the gay couple that molested their adopted sons went right off of the mainstream. When we bring some objective facts and figures into it, let's just get rid of all the bullshit. When we talk about how women are the victims of domestic abuse, sure, women are the victims of domestic battery. The crime of domestic battery. But 77% of lesbian relationships have markers of domestic violence. And remember, there's a difference between domestic violence and domestic battery. I have no idea why Christians think they have to attack gay people. There's a lot of hatred for them. They don't seem to understand it's not about policing other people in general. No, you are kind of wrong. And let me finish the rest of your statement. My neighbor's got in an argument because one is gay and the other thinks it's wrong. So he approached him to tell he's going to hell, which is wild because the gay one isn't a Christian. So what the fuck does he care? Just told him to fuck off, and my gay bashing neighbor just said, I forgive you. Wait. Okay, I kind of got all so here's the thing. What you're talking about is, I wanted to go cook, but I'll stay a couple of more minutes. Can you be gay and Christian? Can you be gay and Christian? Yes. Can you be gay and Jewish? No. Unfortunately, you can be gay and be Christian. Because Christ contradicted a lot of the Old Testament. Christ, well, culturally Jewish, yes. Religiously Jewish, no. Because religiously Jewish people follow the Old Testament, but specifically the Torah. And passages in the Torah specifically forbid homosexuality. Now, religion, well, Jesus didn't say the old law stands. Jesus didn't say that. He never said that. I don't know why people say Jesus said the old law stands. He did not. Jesus said, paraphrasing, my Father has sent me to shepherd the wayward sheep. Does it forbid homosexuality, or does it forbid? Yeah, he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. But what they're talking about, that's a translation where they're talking about he came to fulfill the prophecies. Right. Remember, when you're reading, you have to do a lot of go back to the source for the word. I'm the way, the truth, and the light. That is the prophecies, the 80 or so odd prophecies that were predicted about Jesus, that he fulfilled all of them from the Old Testament. But Jesus also did things that were not in alliance. Yes. Don't think I came to abolish the law of the prophets. I did not come to abolish, but to fulfill the prophecies about him, to prove that he is God's son. But the question is, does it forbid homosexuality, or does it forbid homosexual behavior? That is a good question, because it's the behavior, but it's inferred. But the big thing is this: my religion doesn't tell me what you can do. My religion tells me what I can do. My religion doesn't tell you what you can't do. My religion tells me what I can't do. People forget that a lot. People forget that you don't get to judge others based on your religion. You judge yourself. Technically, you don't even judge other members of your community, of your congregation, because God alone judges. And unfortunately, until we get past this bullshit, we're going to continue to tear each other apart. We're going to continue to have people that can't afford to feed their kids because, as a country, we're well, anybody having sex with anybody is a sin because you're not married. And marriage isn't specifically permitted by Jesus at all. Jesus doesn't specifically permit marriage. A lot of people like to, here's the problem with bias. A lot of people read the Bible because they want the Bible to say what they want the Bible to say. But most people only read one Bible when there's... He spoke of divorce, yes. But there's 60 Bibles. I'll give you a great one and then I'm going to get out of here. If you want to see how easy it is... If you want to see how easy it is for the Bible to get edited in post and change people's views, read the Good News Bible, the King James Bible, and the New American Bible. And just pick passages and read the same passage in 3 Bibles. Right. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I am hoping to... I don't think the Bible was written law or record at all. I don't think it's meant to be taken literally. Are you Catholic or are you Christian? Because if you're not, it doesn't matter. And if you are, what denomination? Because depending on your denomination, you're Catholic. Then let me help you out, Magnus. Catholic to Catholic. Yes, the Bible is fucking law. Again, I already went over this once during the show. You are not the Pope. I am not the Pope. We don't get to determine morality. The Bible is fucking law for you. It is chapter and fucking verse law for you. Because the popes have said it's chapter and law verse for you. And the Pope is the vicar of Christ. And he makes the rules for the Catholic Church. The Bible is your instruction manual. Morals, your personal morals, you can choose to not follow some of it. But as a Catholic, your framework is, I follow the Bible. Now, which Bible? Not the King James Version. All the Catholics out there that ever quote me the King James Version, whose Bible is that? King James. Is that your Bible? No, the fuck it is not. If you want to ignore shit, ignore shit. But for all the other Catholics, it's the fucking rule book. It's the rule book. That's why Catholicism is a Judeo-Christian faith. We follow the same teachings as the Jews, just not all of their... We follow the teachings of the book, not of the rabbis. Like, I don't keep kosher. I don't have to keep kosher. I'm not fucking Jewish. I don't have a rabbi. I don't eat fish. I don't eat meat on Fridays. Because, well, I do. Because it's modern times, and I think morals tell me if I'm lucky enough to have a steak, bite the shit out of it. Anyway, I'm gonna go cook. I am gonna try to hopefully work on Where Winds Meet, and then that's next week. Where Winds Meet is on November 14th. I'll be back on Wednesday for more politics.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.